Chapter 3192. The chief family patriarch's eyes flickered. He had been a half-saint for a long time and had been stuck in the half-saint realm for a long time. Although he had recovered, he could only live for another 1,000 years. However, could he break through and become a true saint in the next 1,000 years? To be honest, the chief family patriarch was not confident at all. He had estimated that even if there was a chance, the chances of success were less than 10%. A half-saint and a saint seemed similar, but the difference between them was too great. The difference was like heaven and earth. A saint was an existence that transcended heaven and earth and could no longer be called human. Becoming a saint was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that he had fallen into the abyss and there were abnormal changes, the chief family patriarch had to make a trip no matter what. When the others heard this, they hurriedly made preparations to provide the patriarch with all the resources he could. On the cloud-returning planet, all the major families and top sacred grounds were making preparations. Even the elites and half-saints in the blood-refining planet, the hero planet, the Sirius planet, and the surrounding planets were making preparations. On the blood-refining planet, the Crimson Plains. At this moment, millions of miles of space was still enveloped by an endless sea of lightning. The violent aura made it so that there was no one in the surrounding 30 million miles. It could be said that this place had become a forbidden area and no one would come here. However, on this day, in the endless sea of lightning, a young figure stood up. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Terrifying fragments of the law of fire appeared on his body and danced in the air. In addition, there are some mysterious black runes that were also law fragments. He had succeeded. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. When he had killed Patriarch Shuapao, he had received a curse from Patriarch Shuapao and attracted a lightning tribulation. However, Lin Xian had not died in the lightning tribulation. Instead, he had withstood it. At the same time, he had also used the lightning tribulation to cultivate the power of annihilation. Finally, he had cultivated the power of annihilation into a law of annihilation fragment. Now that Lin Xian had comprehended 2 types of nomological law fragments, his strength had increased exponentially once again. If he were to fight with Patriarch Shuapao now, he would probably be able to kill him within 50 moves. Moreover, he would not give Patriarch Shuapao a chance to curse him. It should be about time for the lightning tribulation to disappear, right? Lin Xian looked up at the sky. Suddenly he frowned. Wait, what was going on? Could it be that the power of the curse had not disappeared? Lin Xian realized that the lightning tribulation around him had not weakened. Instead, it had become more and more violent and seemed to engulf the entire world. That's impossible. After such a long time, even if it's a half-saint level curse, it should have dissipated. What was going on? Just as he was feeling puzzled, a red figure suddenly rushed out of the black earth. Following that, roars filled the sky. Ah! Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Little brat, get a little further away. I'm about to undergo tribulation. As soon as the dark red dragon came out, it roared loudly. However, in the next moment, he was also stunned. Oh my God, what's going on? The crimson dragon looked around. Between heaven and earth, there was a vast sea of lightning. But that wasn't right. He had just triggered the heavenly tribulation, so it would probably take a while for it to arrive. Why did this lightning tribulation seem to have appeared for a long time? The crimson dragon was puzzled, but Lin Xian understood in an instant. It turned out that the sudden increase in thunder aura was not the power of the curse, but the heavenly tribulation caused by the crimson dragon's breakthrough. Rizalong, don't think too much. I was the one who attracted this sea of lightning. But now it's up to you. With that, Lin Xian waved his hand with a smile and flew off into the distance. F***CK, brat, don't screw me over. There's already a sea of lightning, and now there's a lightning tribulation. Do you want Ben Huang to pass the trial of life and death? The dark rainbow divine dragon kept roaring. He was extremely depressed. However, in the next moment, Endless lightning fell from the sky and enveloped the crimson dragon. 2 months later, the lightning finally disappeared. The crimson dragon's body was charred black, and black smoke was rising from his body. He flew over shakily. *CK it hurts. It seemed that he should have survived the lightning tribulation. Lin Xian flew over. You've become a half-sage. You're not slow either. He was extremely surprised because he found that the crimson dragon was also a half-sage now. He, of course. Brat, fight with Ben Huang. The crimson dragon's body shook, and the black smoke on his body disappeared instantly. With a wave of his dragon claw, endless fragments of the law of thunder rushed over, forming a violent lightning bolt that rushed out. Haha, good one. Lin Xian controlled the fragments of the law of fire and rushed up to fight with him. The two of them exchanged blows, and it was earth-shattering. Fortunately, there was no one within a radius of 30 million miles. Otherwise, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. 10 days later, the crimson dragon muttered in dissatisfaction. Damn it, I'm not fighting anymore. You've mastered 2 fragments of the law of fire. And your physique, how can it be so strong? Your dragon sword soul has also improved, right? The crimson dragon was very depressed because he found that he couldn't beat his opponent. To be exact, the two of them were evenly matched. That was incredible. This time he used the great inheritance of the dragon clan to directly break through to the half-sage realm, and his strength had greatly improved. In his opinion, he should have surpassed Lin Xian. He originally planned to torture this brat well this time, but he found that he couldn't do it. His opponent's growth speed was beyond his expectations. He was not slower than him at all, and even a little faster than him. On the other side, Lin Xian withdrew his hand, and he was also very shocked. The Crimson Dragon's cultivation had reached the half-sage realm, and he had also comprehended 2 fragments of the law of fire, the law of thunder and the law of water. In addition, his opponent was from the divine dragon clan, and his physique was not weaker than his divine body. It could be said that the Crimson Dragon's strength was on par with his. This made Lin Xian shocked and happy at the same time. With such a powerful companion by her side, not many people would dare to provoke her in the future. The little white monkey also jumped out and looked at the Crimson Dragon, waving its little paws. Why, little one, do you want to fight me too? Forget it, you'd better go treasure hunting. The Crimson Dragon shook his head and didn't fight with the little white monkey. This caused Xiaobai to puff up in anger. Lin Xian grabbed Little White and rubbed it in his arms. Then he asked, Your talent is too strong. You should be equivalent to the Dragon Crown Prince in the Dragon Clan, right? He was probably the only one who could keep up with this speed of improvement. The other geniuses might not be able to keep up. However, the Crimson Dragon shook his head. No, I'm not at the Dragon Crown Prince level. Kid, you underestimate the Dragon Clan too much. As far as I know, the real Dragon Crown Prince, the son of the great emperor, should be at the Sage Realm when he was born. For example, the one in the nest of 10,000 dragons should be very powerful now. Chapter 30, 193. What? The Dragon Prince was a saint when he was born. Lin Xian was extremely shocked, and his expression became grave. This was the first time he had heard such news. Previously, when the true spirit world was in chaos, countless Archean kings and saints had appeared. However, the Dragon Prince, the Qilin Prince, and the Princess of the Phoenix Clan had not appeared. However, it was rumored that the 3 of them had all recovered. Didn't this mean that they were already saints from the moment they repeatedly lost? Then, what level had the 3 of them reached now? They should be very powerful among the saints. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It seems that my path of cultivation is still very long. Lin Xian felt a trace of pressure. He had to become a saint as soon as possible, or at least have the strength to contend with a saint. Kid, don't be discouraged. After all, the son of a great emperor has inherited the great emperor's bloodline, and it is the purest great emperor's bloodline. Their strength is naturally very strong. Your current speed is already very heaven-defying. If this continues, your future achievements will not be weaker than theirs. The Crimson Dragon said. Lin Xian nodded. Although he was shocked, he was not afraid. After all, the reason he had taken the title Linwudi was that he was determined to be invincible in the world. Let's go. Waving his hand, Lin Xian, the Snow-White Marquis, and the Crimson Dragon set off again. After flying for a few days, Lin Xian frowned. He sensed that there were several powerful auras on the blood-refining planet, and they were quickly flying into the outer realm. What's going on? Those people should be half-saints, right? The Crimson Dragon was also puzzled. Logically speaking, half-saints should not appear in such a concentrated manner. Something must have happened. Could it be that there was a war in the outer realm? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it was really possible. After all, when he and Patriarch Xue Pao fought before, many saints had come to watch the battle. Now that these sages had gone to the outer realms, there might really be some geniuses fighting there. The two of them soared into the sky. The snow-white little monkey lay on Lin Xian's shoulder, yawning in boredom and squinting its big eyes. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the outer realm. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon brandished their law fragments to resist the foreign aura. They stood in the starry sky and looked into the distance. Then they frowned. There was no great battle. The half-saints boarded a special spirit boat and flew into the distance. What's going on? The two of them frowned and looked at each other. Let's continue to follow them. Lin Xian also took out his spirit boat. It wasn't the Black Earth, but the spirit boat that the mountain-gazing peak lord had given him. Let's go. The group boarded the spirit boat and flew over quickly. In the silent and cold universe, several rays of light streaked across one after another. One of them was a red spirit boat. It was very majestic, like a running lion. It was surrounded by flowing light and looked extraordinarily mighty. At this moment, a middle-aged man in the spirit boat opened his eyes and frowned. Humph! How dare you follow us? Master, let your disciple do it. At this moment, a figure walked over and said, respectfully, this scene was very strange because the person who called himself his disciple was a white-haired old man. Sitting there was a young and mighty middle-aged man. However, this was normal in the cultivation world, because the middle-aged man was a half-saint and the white-haired old man was only a warrior who had comprehended something close to Tao. Master, let me go too. At this moment, another young man walked out. All right, the two of you go out and see who dares to follow me. The old man and the young man left the spirit boat in a flash. In the next moment, they appeared in the endless cold universe. There was a silver pagoda above their heads. Its aura hung down and shrouded the two of them. It was a half-saint weapon. The half-saint runes on it shone brightly, allowing them to float in the cold universe. The corners of the black-robed youth's mouth curled into a sneer as he looked at the spirit boat that was flying towards him from behind. He gathered all his strength and slashed out with his sword. A ray of sword radiance shot up into the sky and slashed forward. It was like a rainbow illuminating the surroundings. With a boom, the sword slashed the spirit boat behind them. Immediately, a shocking storm was set off. The spirit boat behind them trembled violently. In the spirit boat, Lin Xian opened his eyes. There was a biting cold light in his eyes. The Crimson Dragon beside him jumped up. Damn, who dares to attack us? The little white monkey waved its little paws in protest. It was very dissatisfied. Let this emperor take a look at which reckless person actually dares to attack us. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws and controlled the array. The scene outside appeared on the light screen in front of them. In the cold darkness of the universe, two figures stood there. There was a silver pagoda above their heads. They were like war gods blocking their way. The long sword in the young man's hand was emitting a biting cold light. Obviously, it was the other party who had attacked. In the distance, there was a spirit boat floating. Seeing this scene, the Crimson Dragon was furious. Damn it, it's the spirit boat we were following. It seems that they have discovered us. So what if they have discovered us? How dare they attack us? Let's go out and have a look. Lin Xian left the spirit boat in a flash. The Crimson Dragon snorted and also came out with a swing of its tail. In the next moment, the two of them walked out. In front of them, the white-haired old man and the young man in black sneered when they saw Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon come out. "Whose disciples are you? How dare you follow us? How reckless!" The white-haired old man snorted. The young man in black next to him said, "Senior brother, don't talk nonsense with them. They're just two reckless guys. How dare they follow us secretly? Just kill them. Their spirit boat is not bad. After killing them, I'll report to Master and ask him to reward me with this spirit boat." His words made Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's faces darken. This kid is not young, but he's quite arrogant. He's so cruel at such a young age. He'll be a scourge in the future. Why don't I help your master clean up the sect today? The Crimson Dragon walked out. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He could tell at a glance that the two people in front of him were only martial artists who had almost comprehended the Tao. Compared to them, they were far inferior. The Crimson Dragon could easily get rid of them. Damn it! Where did this snake come from? You're courting death! The young man in black was furious and attacked with his sword again. The sword chi and murderous intent surged, shattering the void. However, the Crimson Dragon was disdainful. "How dare you be so arrogant in front of me when you've only comprehended the power of the Tao?" In the face of this shocking attack, the Crimson Dragon did not dodge. It opened its bloody mouth and sucked the sword chi into its stomach. Then it pouted. "Is that all you've got? What? How is that possible?" The young man in front was stunned. Chapter 30, 194. That sword contained the power of Tao. Martial artists of the same level would not dare to block it, but the snake in front of them swallowed it? Moreover, it was completely fine. What kind of person was that? The white-haired old man's eyelids twitched wildly. "Junior brother, come back quickly. This snake is not simple. Snake my ass. Ben Huang is a dragon, and a divine dragon." The Crimson Dragon swung its tail and appeared in front of the two in an instant. With a slap, a claw struck out, and the two of them were slapped. Half of their faces and half of their bodies turned into a bloody mist. Their broken bodies flew into the distance. Bang! Ah! The young man in black screamed as if he had gone crazy. "Damn snake! How dare you kill me? I'll kill you! I'll definitely kill you!" Bang! His body shattered again. On the other side, the white-haired old man's pupils constricted. Oh no! This power had completely surpassed theirs. Could it be that this was a demi-saint level beast? Thinking of this, he quickly sent a voice transmission. "Master." They could not fight against such a figure. In fact, there was no need for them to send a voice transmission. A middle-aged man walked out of the spirit boat in the distance. He took a step forward and arrived beside the two in an instant. With a wave of his sleeve, the two's bodies recovered. "Thank you, Master." The white-haired old man stood up and stood respectfully behind the middle-aged man. The young man in black next to him gritted his teeth and said, "Master, avenge me. You must kill them. Tear them into pieces." "Which force are you from?" The middle-aged man in front frowned and asked. He was a demi-saint. He could naturally feel the shocking power of the Crimson Dragon. That was the fragment of the Law of Thunder. "You're their master? Your two disciples are too reckless. How dare they provoke me? Old man, tell me, how are you going to compensate Ben Huang?" The Crimson Dragon said coldly, "You're courting death." The middle-aged man was furious. So what if the other party was a demi-saint? He was also a demi-saint. "You're a demon who brought disaster to the human world. Today I'll get rid of you. Buzz." The middle-aged man stretched out his palm. His large palm seemed to have transformed into a long saber, slicing through the void. On his palm, law fragments danced, and a terrifying law power swept through the world. Humph! Do you think I'm scared of you? The Crimson Dragon rushed up and used the law of thunder to fight. The two of them fought an earth-shattering battle, and neither of them was able to determine the victor. Damn it, how is this possible? How could this demonic dragon be so powerful? In the distance, the white-haired old man and the black-clothed youth watched with trepidation. Their master was a half-saint who had been famous for hundreds of years. How could he not be able to do anything to the other party? This was simply too unbelievable. On the other side, Lin Xian was extremely calm because he knew that the Crimson Dragon would definitely win this battle. This was because the Crimson Dragon had another type of law fragment. Sure enough, the Crimson Dragon used the law of water fragment and sent the middle-aged half-saint flying. The middle-aged half-saint coughed up blood and flew backward. His body was shattered, and his face was extremely ugly. Two types of law powers. Who are you? Who am I? Hee hee, you can call me Lord Dragon Emperor. The Crimson Dragon sneered. Tell me, how are you going to compensate Ben Huang now? The middle-aged man hurriedly swallowed an elixir and mobilized the law powers to repair his body. The next moment, he waved his hand and directly grabbed his two disciples in the distance. Then, with a kick, he broke their legs. At the same time, a cold voice was heard. How dare you offend a half-saint? Hurry up and kowtow and apologize. The white-haired old man and the black-clothed youth's faces immediately became extremely distorted. However, they did not dare to resist at all. They hurriedly knelt in the void and kept kowtowing. Lord Dragon Emperor, we were wrong. Lord Dragon Emperor, please spare our lives. At the same time, the middle-aged half-saint took out a white jade bottle and said, There are 10 demonic cores of demon kings in it. Please don't refuse. The Crimson Dragon raised its eyebrows and directly waved its dragon claw. Then it said casually, All right, Ben Huang will spare your lives this time. Hearing this, the white-haired old man and the black-clothed youth who were kneeling on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lin Xian walked over from the distance. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked coldly, Let me ask you, where are you going with so many half-saints? Who is this person? When the middle-aged man saw a young man walking over, he immediately frowned. He admired the Crimson Dragon in front of him, but it did not mean that anyone could ask him questions. However, when he saw that the Crimson Dragon and the young man in front of him were friends, the middle-aged man was stunned. Could it be that he was also a half-saint? Heavens, isn't he too young? No, maybe an old monster deliberately disguised himself as a young man. He also knew that some old monsters at the half-saint level always liked to disguise themselves as young people. This person might be one of them. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, You two don't know? Lin Xian shook his head. We too just came out of seclusion and don't know what happened. It was like this. Something happened when they fell into the abyss, which attracted countless geniuses and half-step saints to go there. Oh, falling into the abyss? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. This was a very famous place. He had heard of it more than once. It was not inferior to the blood refining planet. Moreover, it seemed that the Qi family patriarch's injury was caused by falling into the abyss. I will tell you the details later. Why don't the two of you take a seat in my spirit boat? What do you think? That would be good. Lin Xian nodded and waved his hand to put away his spirit boat. Then he and the Crimson Dragon flew forward together. Soon, everyone gathered in the middle-aged man's spirit boat. The spirit boat flew quickly again. Inside, Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the middle-aged man sat facing each other. Snow White Marquis hugged a large wine gourd and drank non-stop. The white-haired old man and the black-clothed youth respectfully stood aside and poured tea for Lin Xian and the other two from time to time. The middle-aged man was called Jin Yuanzi, and he was a half-saint. At this moment, he had already told them about falling into the abyss. Lin Xian was very surprised. There was such a rumor about falling into the abyss, and such a scene had appeared. No wonder these half-saints wanted to go there. It turned out that there was the secret to becoming a saint. Next to him, the Crimson Dragon's eyes lit up. Boy, this is a great opportunity for us. We must not miss it. Lin Xian nodded. He had the same idea. After all, he knew that the Dragon Crown Prince and the Qilin Crown Prince were born saints. If he wanted to compete on the path of the Great Emperor, he had to reach the Saint Realm as soon as possible. Don't worry, I am going to the abyss this time. However, there is still some time before I fall into the abyss. It will take about a month. During this time, why don't we exchange pointers? That's good too. Next, the three of them exchanged their own nomological fragments and discussed together. For these cultivators, a month's time passed very quickly. On this day, the three of them stopped discussing and stood up. Jin Yuanzi looked outside and said with a smile, they had arrived at the falling planet. Sure enough, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were also on the formation and saw the scene outside. Chapter 30, 195. Below them was a gray star world with a huge crack that occupied half of the entire star world, as if it was going to split the whole world in half. Lin Xian had seen such a scene before on the Dark Star. At that time, there was also a huge canyon on the Dark Star. It was said that it was split open by a sage. How did the falling abyss form? Was it formed naturally, or was it split open by someone? However, the falling star was much bigger than the Dark Star that Lin Xian had been to before. The huge crack in the falling abyss was also much bigger. At this moment, it looked like a black dragon was entrenched in the void. It was very terrifying. Buzz! The spirit boat rushed down quickly, rushing through countless astral winds, and finally arrived at the falling star. The falling star was completely different from the returning star and the true spirit world. The whole world was gray. It was gray and gloomy, and there was a gloomy aura everywhere, as if it could freeze people into popsicles. It was not only for the body, but also for the soul. Sure enough, it was a dangerous place. Lin Xian frowned when he felt the aura. It seemed that this place was more dangerous than he had imagined. Let's go and set off towards the falling abyss. Jin Yuanzi waved his hand, and the spirit boat quickly streaked across the void. Below, some martial artists frowned when they saw this. It was another spirit boat. It was another person from the outer realm. How many people had there been? Why were there so many people here? The skin of these warriors was gray, and the aura on their bodies was extremely gloomy, as if they were devils. However, they were not devils, but native warriors of the falling star. They had been absorbing the gloomy demonic aura of the falling star all year round, which was why their aura was so gloomy. Another person said, it was caused by the falling abyss. Even ghosts would know that there were treasures in there. However, our cultivations are too weak. Yes, without a half-step sage leading the way, it was impossible to enter. The last person snorted coldly. These hateful extraterrestrial warriors. Just wait, they will all fall here. Do you think that the falling abyss is so easy to enter? They reckoned that if they went in, they would most likely die. The spirit boat continued to fly in the sky and finally arrived at the edge of the falling abyss. The evil Qi and ghost Qi here were very strong, so Gold Yuanzi had to stop. He looked at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon and said, you too, the falling abyss is right in front of us. I still have some old friends to meet, so I can't accompany you two. Don't worry, we just happen to want to look for it alone. Lin Xian bid farewell to Jin Yuanzi and left Lin Zhou with the Crimson Dragon. As soon as they came out, they felt a cold and gloomy aura sweeping toward them. However, these two people were both experts. With a cold snort, a powerful force shook off the aura. Then, Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked around. Although the surrounding aura was dangerous, he could still see that under the gray sky, there were many figures flashing about. Every one of them was very strong. Even the weakest of them was a martial artist who had comprehended something close to the Tao. However, he had yet to see a half-saint. It should be in the deepest part. Let's go and have a look. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon set off in a flash. After half a day, the two stopped. There were many people in front of them. They were all young men and women with outstanding talents. The powerful aura they emitted was close to the Tao. This was a group of young geniuses, and there were many of them. It should be the geniuses of the nearby star worlds and the extraterritorial realm gathered here. Buzz! When Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon landed, they found that there were not only humans, but also other 10,000 Archean races. They wondered if they were from the true spirit world or other star worlds. Their arrival naturally attracted the attention of the people in front of them. However, they didn't pay much attention to them after a glance. Firstly, Lin Xian's face was very unfamiliar. They didn't recognize him. Secondly, they didn't sense any terrifying aura from Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. However, in their opinion, since the two of them were able to come here, they either had some strength or some status. However, that was all. Who here wasn't a young genius? Who wasn't a person of status? Therefore, the people in front of them didn't pay much attention to them at all. They were still discussing among themselves. In front of them, there was a huge open space. A formation had formed an arena. There was a battle going on in the arena at the moment. One was a puppet that was completely black, like a machine. The other was a young genius. Even though that young genius had managed to comprehend a power that was close to the Tao, he was still suppressed by the black puppet and eventually lost. This scene caused Lin Xian to be astonished. This puppet was not ordinary. The dark red divine dragon's eyes gleamed as he said, "That's true. When I was inside, I felt a strong force and a special array. This should be a puppet passed down from ancient times. It was very likely that this puppet was the one that fell into the abyss. This puppet was very strong. It was close to the half-sage level. Even a genius close to the Tao couldn't defeat it." Lin Xian was extremely surprised. A half-sage puppet was definitely extremely precious. If he had two more puppets by his side, he could do whatever he wanted in the circle of half-sages. In front of them, the young genius was defeated. At this moment, another man walked up. He was wearing a Taoist robe, and his body was shining brightly as he said with a smile, "Who else wants to give it a try? Just give me 100 magnificent heaven pills. You'll have a chance to fight with this puppet. You have to know that this puppet is not ordinary. It's very close to the half-sage level. If you can fight with it, you'll definitely benefit a lot. 100 magnificent heaven pills." Lin Xian also knew about the magnificent heaven pills. He had taken them before. It was a kind of spiritual medicine that was used for cultivation. It was better than a 9th grade king-level pill, but it hadn't reached the level of a half-sage pill. However, for these martial artists who were close to the Tao, cultivation was very useful. Some of them had even taken the magnificent heaven pills for half their lives. It could be said that the magnificent heaven pills were not ordinary pills. They were more precious. Taking out 100 of them at once could be said to be an amazing price. However, it was just a chance to fight. It had to be said that the young man in the Taoist robe in front of them really knew how to do business. However, it was very rare to be able to fight with such a powerful puppet without any danger to one's life. Therefore, very soon, another genius came up. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon walked over. The Crimson Dragon said with a frown, "This puppet should have fallen into the abyss. How could it be controlled by that person?" A genius next to him turned his head and said in surprise, "You two don't know?" Chapter 3196. The person in front of him was Prince Luo, a genius of the Luo family. That puppet had been subdued by the Luo family patriarch and controlled by an array formation. The Luo family had sent 2 half-sages this time. At this point, the surrounding geniuses were extremely envious. 2 half-sages. Prince Luo's status could be said to be extremely noble. It was no wonder that the two half-sages had subdued the black puppet and placed a restriction on it. That was why Prince Luo was able to wantonly collect elixirs. However, Lin Xian was also rather interested, so he was prepared to give it a try. He didn't want to gain any combat experience. He was just interested in the puppet and wanted to see if he could unravel its secrets. Therefore, when the genius on the stage left the stage, Lin Xian handed over 100 magnificent sky pills and walked up. Previously, no one had paid much attention to him. After all, there were too many geniuses like him. However, Lin Xian's actions after he went up caused an uproar. Lin Xian didn't make a move immediately. Instead, a mysterious rune shot out from his eyes and surged forward. Immediately, the black puppet in front of him became uneasy. In fact, even the radiance on it had dimmed. A ferocious and terrifying cold aura surged out and swept across the 9 heavens. What was going on? How could there be such a terrifying aura? The surrounding geniuses were all stunned. They couldn't imagine what was going on, especially those who had taught Luo Yunyang before. They were even more shocked. When they had exchanged blows with the puppet previously, although the puppet was powerful, it hadn't emitted such a terrifying aura. The faces of the Luo family members changed. This was bad. Could the restriction set up by the patriarch have been broken? They knew that the black puppet was extremely violent. It was the guardian of the abyss. However, their patriarch had set up an array formation to seal its terrifying aura. Otherwise, geniuses like them who were close to the Tao wouldn't have dared to exchange blows with it. However, they hadn't expected that the young man in red would actually make the puppet explode when he went up. The array formation was about to disappear. This made Prince Luo extremely anxious. In the next instant, he shouted coldly, "Hurry up and stop him. Don't let him continue fighting." Although he didn't know the reason, he could tell that Lin Xian's strange eyes were very likely the reason why the black puppet had lost control. Prince Luo wasn't the only Luo family member there. There were also some young people and white-haired elders. Therefore, when they heard Prince Luo's words, the elders and geniuses all made a move. The 4 elders controlled the array disc, causing the array on the black puppet to shine brightly, suppressing the overflowing cold aura. At the same time, another 3 young sky prides acted and cut off the space between Lin Xian and the black puppet. The Luo family members of the Luo family heaved a sigh of Luo. Luo, 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 Luo. Luo's Luo, Luo. Luo, Luo, Luos. Young Master Luo harumphed coldly. This damned brat actually dared to destroy the formation left behind by the Luo family's old ancestor. Luo, 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 break his legs, and chop him into 1,000 pieces for me. When they heard Prince Luo's order, the 3 young geniuses strode towards Lin Xian. Terrifying energy surged from their bodies, forming a cage that locked Lin Xian in place. The faces of the geniuses around them changed. Soon, someone sneered. This kid really doesn't know what's good for him. That's right. What he used just now was probably an eye technique. It seemed like he wanted to find out the secret of the black puppet. But who does he think he is? How dare he do something in front of the Luo family? He's dead meat this time. He who asked him to be so reckless. Numerous discussions sounded out. As far as they were concerned, Lin Xian was definitely going to die. When the Crimson Dragon saw this scene, he sneered coldly, not knowing what was good for him. Lin Xian's face darkened. To be honest, he hadn't expected the black puppet's aura to be so cold and violent. However, when he heard Prince Luo's words and saw the actions of the people around him, his face darkened. What's going on? How dare these people attack him? They even want to kill him? He was a half-sage. He was on the same level as the patriarch of these people. How dare these people attack him? Even if he took the black puppet away on the spot, who would dare to say anything, let alone investigate its secrets? Looking at the 3 young geniuses, Lin Xian was instantly enraged. He snorted coldly and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. They were like two golden swords that slashed forward. Boom! Wherever his gaze passed, everything was shattered. The attacks of the three geniuses were shattered. Not only that, but the three of them were also sent flying. This person is so powerful. Who is he? He's probably also a genius. The surrounding people were all stunned when they saw the scene. In their opinion, Lin Xian was definitely going to die. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Prince Luo's face was ferocious. Damn it! How dare he attack a member of the Luo family? This is unforgivable, he said coldly. Kill him. Don't hold back. Destroy his heart and soul. Hearing this, the four elders of the Luo family in front turned their heads. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. They didn't hesitate at all. An ancient lamp bloomed with white light in the sky and slashed down. A purple bead bloomed with lightning and charged over. The ground cracked open. Two grayish-white claws grabbed at Lin Xian's body, trying to tear him apart. The last elder uttered a roar and lashed out with his fiery red palm, which covered the sky and the earth. The four elders were very powerful. When they attacked together, the surrounding geniuses' faces changed. They were afraid that even an elite who was close to the Tao would be turned into ashes. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Previously, I sent you flying because of the patriarch of the Luo family. I didn't kill you. However, you don't know what's good for you. You want to destroy my soul? If that's the case, you can all go to hell. He stomped his foot and the ground cracked open. For flaming sword lights rushed out from the ground and instantly shattered the attacks of the four elders. Not only that, the four swords also split the four elders of the Luo family in half. Their broken bodies were ignited and burned fiercely. In an instant, they were turned into ashes. The four Luo family elders did not even have time to let out a scream before they were beheaded. What? How can this person be so powerful? This time, the surrounding geniuses were all stunned. If Lin Xian's ability to repel the three Sky Prides had shocked them before, they were now shocked. Now they were already terrified. Many of them were about to wet their pants. None of the four elders were weaker than them. Moreover, they had rich combat experience. When the four of them joined forces, they could kill any one of them in an instant. However, the end result of those four elders was that their bodies and souls were destroyed. They were burned to ashes. The people of the Luo family were also shocked. Prince Luo's face turned pale. However, it soon turned into a monstrous viciousness. Damn it! How dare he kill the people of the Luo family? Men, kill him! Use the array formation and the black puppets to tear him into pieces. Chapter 30, 197. Crazy roars were heard as the Luo family's powerhouses moved out one after another. Some of them even controlled the black puppet to attack quickly. Lin Xian's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of young Master Luo. He grabbed his head with one hand. Damn it, get lost! Young Master Luo's pupils shrank. Su Qin was a ruthless person who had killed four elders in an instant. He did not dare to fight against him. Therefore, he quickly retreated. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a black flying dagger. The black flying dagger was a sage-to-be weapon. It was very terrifying when it was used. Haha, kid, go to hell. Young Master Luo was very ferocious. At such a close distance, and with his full strength, Su Chen would definitely die. Bang! The sage-to-be flying dagger was slapped away by Lin Xian. Crack! In the next moment, Su Chen grabbed young Master Luo's head. Ah! Young Master Luo let out a miserable cry. His eyes were filled with fear. How was this possible? Su Chen had easily slapped away his attack, and he had subdued him in an instant. Young Master Luo felt as if his body was firmly grasped by a pair of invisible hands. He could not exert any strength at all. Damn it, let go of our young master. The people of the Luo family also roared crazily. The geniuses and warriors of the other families were stunned. Heavens, who is this person? Wasn't he too powerful? Damn kid, let go of me. Believe it or not, our patriarch will slap you to death. If you dare to touch me, you're definitely dead. Slap me to death? Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand and threw young Master Luo away. He stood with his hands behind his back. Call the patriarch of the Luo family here. Let's see if he dares to slap me to death. Young Master, are you all right? The elders of the Luo family hurriedly caught young Master Luo and heaved a sigh of relief. Young Master Luo was trembling with anger. Good kid, you're really arrogant. No one has ever dared to provoke the Luo family like this. Just you wait. Young Master Luo took out a voice transmission talisman and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to his patriarch. During this time, the surrounding elites were stunned. Heavens, could it be? This kid is not running away. Is he really going to go against the patriarch? What a joke! No matter how strong he was, how could he be a match for the Luo family's patriarch? That was a half-saint. Yes, I've only heard that among the younger generation, there is a Lin Wudi who can compete with a half-saint. Unfortunately, he had already died to the blood curse of the Great Scarlet Plains. Invincible Lin, was that the kid's nickname? This was too arrogant. The dark, red divine dragon rolled its eyes when it heard that. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Most of these people had heard of his reputation, but not many had actually seen him. Therefore, these people did not recognize him at all. Otherwise, this young Master Luo would not have dared to be so arrogant. Boom! The sky shattered, and a wisp of Sage-to-Be's aura came down, crushing half of the void. Ancestor! When young Master Luo saw this scene, he immediately cheered. The Luo family warriors also heaved a sigh of relief. The patriarch of the Luo clan had arrived. Indeed, an old man in a Taoist robe appeared in the sky. He held a walking stick and descended in an incomparably domineering manner like a god. Boom! 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 Several figures appeared in the surroundings, each of them extremely terrifying. At this moment, all the Sky Prides were out of breath. Their eyes widened in shock. Sage-to-Be. There was more than one Sage-to-Be. Several Sage-to-Be had arrived. Heavens! That kid is dead meat. Su Chen also narrowed his eyes. More than one. But soon the corners of his mouth curled up. It seemed that he had met a few acquaintances. He did not make a move. Beside him, the Crimson Dragon quickly came to Lin Xian's side as if he was facing a formidable enemy. After all, the opponent had sent 4 Sage-to-Be this time. Kid, the situation is not good. The Crimson Dragon transmitted its voice. Lin Xian waved his hand. It was fine. He did not believe that the other party would dare to touch him. After the patriarch of the Luo family landed, he asked coldly, "What's going on?" "Patriarch, kill him quickly. This kid dares to threaten me and kill the 4 elders of the Luo family." "What? Who is it?" The patriarch of the Luo family was instantly enraged. His aura was like the roar of a true dragon. His eyes were like rainbows as he stared at Lin Xian. At the same time, the other 3 people beside him also looked at him. In the next moment, the 2 of them exclaimed in surprise, "It's you, Lin Gongzi." When the 2 of them exclaimed, the patriarch of the Luo family was stunned. The surrounding martial artists and Sky Prides were also stunned. What's going on? Could it be that the 2 Sage-to-Be knew this kid in front of them? It seemed that this kid's identity was not ordinary. He must be a genius disciple of some family, right? As expected, the patriarch of the Luo family frowned and asked coldly, "What's going on? Do the 2 of you know him? Is he a disciple of the Qi family? Or is he Jin Yuanzi's disciple? If that was the case, perhaps it would be inappropriate for him to intervene." However, in the next moment he was stunned. He could not believe his eyes. Jin Yuanzi said, "Fellow cultivator, we meet again." Fellow cultivator. Jin Yuanzi actually called him a fellow cultivator. Heavens, what's going on? This is not how a senior should treat a junior. Could it be that the young man in front of him had such a high status that a sage-to-be would treat him with respect? Could he be one of those terrifying family clans? The patriarch of the Luo family took a deep breath. He recalled that there were several terrifying families on the ancient path of the stars. At that moment, the patriarch of the Qi family walked out and looked in front of him. He was extremely excited. Lin Gongzi, it's you. It's really you. You're not dead. The patriarch of the Qi family was too shocked. He knew that Lin Xian's true identity was Lin Wudi. He had reached the sage-to-be at such a young age and had killed Patriarch Shuepao. However, wasn't he killed by Patriarch Shuepao's curse? Why was he here? Could it be that he had withstood the sage-to-be curse? The patriarch of the Qi family felt his scalp go numb. Oh, old Master Qi, I didn't expect to meet you here, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then he looked at Jin Yuanzi and nodded slightly. The surrounding sky prides were in an uproar. Did they see wrongly? Lin Xian's attitude was so arrogant. He was a sage-to-be. They had to bow to him when they saw him. However, Lin Xian only nodded, as if he did not care. The people of the Luo family were stunned. Young Master Luo looked at the patriarch of the Luo family. The patriarch of the Luo family took a deep breath and asked, "Fellow cultivator Qi, fellow cultivator Jin, may I know who this young man is?" "He's a fellow cultivator that I met on the way here," Jin Yuanzi said. "He's a young sage-to-be." "What? Sage-to-be? He's a sage-to-be." The patriarch of the Luo family gasped when he heard that. The martial artists of the Luo family were dumbfounded. The surrounding sky prides were in an uproar. Chapter 30, 198. A half-sage? Such a young half-sage! How could this be? Could it be that the golden age had arrived? Those peerless geniuses had been resurrected. Such a young half-sage had completely surpassed them. The geniuses were all dumbfounded by what they saw. They were usually so proud. They were all geniuses who had stepped onto the ancient path of the stars. They had grasped a power that was close to the Tao and stood at the peak of the younger generation. But now, they were trampled under the feet of a person. Someone had surpassed them and comprehended a law fragment. This made them feel despair. This person was too terrifying. Damn it, we've been left far behind. First, there was Lin Wudi, and now there was a half-sage. There would probably be more and more young half-sages appearing in the future. Luo family was shocked. He did not expect the person in front of him to be a half-sage. Their Luo family had provoked a half-sage. This matter was not going to be easy to deal with. Perhaps he would have to give some face. At this time, the Qi family's patriarch took a deep breath and said, "The name Lin Gongzi was not unfamiliar to everyone. It could be said that it was like thunder in their ears." When these words came out, many people were stunned. Was this young man in front of them very famous? But why had they not heard of him? Wait, Lin Gongzi? Could it be? Some people were shocked and seemed to have guessed something. Qi family's patriarch said loudly, "I think some of you have already guessed it. Yes, Lin Gongzi is Lin Wudi." "What? Lin Wudi? He is Lin Wudi, the one who killed Patriarch Shuepao, Lin Wudi." Everyone screamed crazily as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible. Luo family's patriarch also screamed. Lin Wudi had been killed by a half-sage's curse. How could he be Lin Wudi if he died in the Great Scarlet Plain? He was really shocked. What a joke! Not only did he provoke a half-sage, but he was also a terrifying god of death. The others were also puzzled. Yes, a half-sage's curse had attracted a terrifying heavenly tribulation. How did he escape? A mere half-saint's curse can't kill me, Lin Xian said proudly with his hands behind his back. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. He was too powerful. The person in front of them was simply a legend. That was a curse that Patriarch Shuepao had cast at the cost of his soul falling into eternal darkness. Even such a powerful attack was unable to kill the other party. There were probably very few half-sages who could kill him. The Crimson Dragon was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so famous. As soon as Lin Wudi's name came out, the faces of the surrounding half-saints changed. Sure enough, other than the Qi family patriarch, the other 3 half-saints were all stunned. Among them, Gold Origin was also shocked. So he was Lin Wudi. Thinking of this, Gold Origin felt a trace of hope. The reason for that was because his disciples had clashed with Lin Xian. Fortunately, he had punished his 2 disciples at that time. Otherwise, if he had recklessly sparred with Lin Xian, he would probably have been killed by now. Thinking of this, Gold Origin felt a lingering fear. The face of the Luo family's patriarch turned extremely ugly. He took a deep breath and said hurriedly, "I didn't expect Lin Gongzi to be here. I'm sorry for the disrespect." Young Master Luo was trembling. He was so scared that he almost wet his pants. God, he had offended an invincible demon. Thinking of this, his scalp went numb. Seeing this, the Luo family patriarch knew that there was a conflict between the 2 parties. He quickly said, "The younger generation of the Luo family didn't know what was good for them and offended Lin Gongzi. I'll ask them to apologize to Lin Gongzi." Speaking of this, the Luo family patriarch's face darkened. He looked at young Master Luo and the people around the Luo family and shouted coldly, "Hurry up and apologize to Lin Gongzi!" "Lin Gongzi, I was wrong." Young Master Luo hurriedly bowed when he heard the apology. "Lin Gongzi, I failed to recognize you and offended you. I hope you can forgive me." Speaking of this, his eyes were filled with resentment. Until now, he still couldn't imagine that the person in front of him was a terrifying half-saint. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. "That's it. A half-saint is not to be humiliated. Don't you know the rules? You wanted to kill me before this." Speaking of this, Lin Xian exuded a terrifying aura. The faces of the Luo family warriors changed. Young Master Luo raised his head abruptly. He shouted coldly, "Damned kid, what do you want?" "Don't go overboard. Although you're a half-saint, the Luo family patriarch is also a half-saint. This time the Luo family has sent 2 half-saints. Do you think we're afraid of you?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The Luo family patriarch's face changed. "Shut up!" He let out a loud shout. However, it was too late. Young Master Luo had already roared. His voice reverberated in the surroundings. After hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. "So, you still want to attack me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian disappeared. "No." The Luo family patriarch roared and waved his dragon-headed walking stick. Countless fragments of the Dharma rose into the air and covered the sky. However, he was still a step too late. Lin Xian appeared in front of young Master Luo in an instant. With a wave of his hand, young Master Luo's body was instantly torn into pieces. He grabbed young Master Luo's head. "Ah!" Young Master Luo screamed crazily, but he couldn't resist at all. His eyes were filled with despair and fear. The gap between them was too big. He couldn't resist at all. He was someone who had comprehended something close to the Tao. "Is this the power of a half-saint?" Young Master Luo screamed. "Patriarch, save me!" "Kill him! Kill him for me!" "Humph! How dare you say you want to kill me?" Lin Xian snorted. Young Master Luo's head split open and his soul tried to escape. However, Lin Xian directly enveloped him and froze him in the air. "Lin Gongzi, you can't!" The Luo family patriarch hurriedly shouted. This Luo Tian was a very talented person among the younger generation of the Luo family. He had already comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. In a few hundred years, he might become another half-saint. Therefore, he was the future hope of the Luo family. How could he allow such a person to fall? "What? You dare to stop me?" Lin Xian looked at him disdainfully. The aura on his body became more and more terrifying. Sword Qi rushed to the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, he was like a sword emperor. The powerful aura suppressed the surrounding geniuses and made them all prostrate on the ground. The Qi family patriarch's expression changed. Damn it, he's too strong. Why is his aura even stronger than before? The Luo family patriarch's pupils shrank as well. Brother Luo, don't act rashly. The Qi family patriarch advised from the side. He didn't want the two to fight. The Luo family patriarch's face was extremely gloomy. To be honest, although the opponent was Lin Wuti, he was too much. How dare he kill a genius of the Luo family in front of him? Did he really think that he was a pushover? Chapter 30, 199. Humph. I'd like to see what you're capable of, Lin Wuti. The Luo family's patriarch took a step forward, and his aura exploded. The surrounding Dharma fragments danced and pierced through the void. Sigh. Beside him, the Qi family's patriarch sighed. He knew that the Luo family's patriarch was angry. He couldn't persuade him to change his mind. At this moment, Jin Yuanzi said, "No, Brother Luo, the one beside him is from the dragon tribe, and he's also a half-step sage." What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the surroundings was stunned. The Sky Prides were scared out of their wits. The Luo family's patriarch was stunned as well. The dragon beside him was also a half-step sage? Heavens, 2 half-step sages! The Luo family's patriarch trembled slightly. In the next moment, his eyes dimmed, and the Dharma fragments that filled the sky disappeared. His opponents were 2 half-step sages. If they really fought, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. After all, he wasn't confident that he could defeat Lin Xian. With the addition of the dragon tribe, there was a 90% chance that he would lose. Although the few half-step sages beside him were his friends, it was still uncertain whether they would help him if a fight broke out. However, Luo Tian didn't know what was good for him. 2 half-step sages? Do you think the Luo family doesn't have any? Patriarch, hurry up and call him Great Ancestor. Both of you attack together and suppress this kid. Why? Does the Luo family want to fight? If you really want to fight, I don't mind uprooting the Luo family. When Lin Xian said this, the 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled. The crimson dragon beside him let out a roar that soared into the 9 heavens. Many people fainted from the roar. Damn it! The Luo family's patriarch's face was extremely ugly. The Luo family did have 2 half-step sages this time, but the other half-step sage wasn't here. He wouldn't be here anytime soon. If they really fought, he would probably be the first to die. Looking at the other party, not only him, but the entire Luo family would suffer if they really fought. Lin Gongzi must be joking. Why would I fight with Lin Gongzi? The Luo family's patriarch shook his head. Luo Tian offended young master and deserved to die. I hope that Lin Gongzi will not implicate my Luo family. As soon as these words were spoken, the geniuses were extremely shocked and lowered their heads. The patriarch of the Luo family actually lowered his head to the other party. This was too unbelievable. Was this Lin Wuti? These 3 words were like a huge mountain, pressing down on them until they could not breathe. No, Ancestor, you can't give up on me. Luo Tian was really scared. Previously, he thought that the Luo clan had 2 patriarchs, so he didn't put anyone in his eyes. So what if the other party was a half-step saint? The Luo clan wasn't afraid, even if it was 2 half-saints. But how could he have known that Lin Wuti was even more terrifying than he had imagined? Even the Luo clan's old ancestor did not dare to make a move and could only give up. Regret. Luo Tian was filled with regret. If the heavens gave him another chance, he would never dare to offend the other party. The next moment, he hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. The soul let out a thumping sound in the void. Lin Gongzi, I was wrong. Please spare my worthless life. Lin Gongzi, please let me go. From now on, you are my master. Luo Tian's body trembled. However, Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand and threw Luo Tian's soul in front of the Luo clan's old ancestor. You should know what to do. The Luo clan's old ancestor took a deep breath. Bastard! He offended a half-step saint and implicated the Luo clan. Now, he even made the Luo clan lose face. He deserved to die. The Luo clan's old ancestor's expression was cold. With a palm, he destroyed Luo Tian's soul. Luo Tian's soul let out a scream and disappeared into thin air. The Luo clan's warriors were so frightened that they knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. The other geniuses were also pale. Luo Tian was dead, and he was killed by the Luo clan's old ancestor. This scene was too shocking. Lin Gongzi, are you satisfied? The Luo clan's old ancestor asked after killing Luo Tian. I'll spare your Luo clan this time. If you dare to provoke me again, I'll uproot you. Lin Xian snorted and looked at the Qi clan's old ancestor and Jin Yuanzi. How much do you know about falling into the abyss? We don't know much, but Brother Qi came here 300 years ago, so he knows more than us. We're here to ask for Brother Qi's advice, Jin Yuanzi said. Lin Xian nodded. He knew that the Qi clan's old ancestor was injured when he fell into the abyss 300 years ago. Therefore, the Qi clan's old ancestor should know more. Lin Gongzi, why don't you join us? We need some experts. The Qi clan's old ancestor smiled. All right. Lin Xian nodded and walked over with the Crimson Dragon. The Luo clan's old ancestor frowned slightly, but soon the coldness in his eyes disappeared. He was no match for Lin Xian now. He had to wait for the other half-saint of the Luo clan to come back. He could only bear with it now. Lin Xian's attention was on the Qi clan's old ancestor because the Qi clan's old ancestor knew more. He said, Everyone, let me tell you first. It's very dangerous to fall into the abyss. Although I came here 300 years ago, I only walked a certain distance. I don't know how deep it is. However, there are many puppets in the distance that I walked. Those puppets are very strong, second only to the half-saints. Moreover, they move in groups. When they work together, their strength is very terrifying. That's why I've gathered all of you to fight them together. Also, the cold aura is very scary. It not only affects the body, but also the soul. Therefore, you must protect yourselves well. Don't let the Yin ghosts and Yin demons invade you. Last time, I was invaded by a Yin ghost. That's why I've been dying for 300 years. If it weren't for Lin Gongzi, I would have gone to hell. What? The Qi clan's old ancestor's injury was healed by Lin Gongzi. Jin Yuanzi and the others were shocked. Luo clan's old ancestor, Luo, gasped. His eyes were full of shock. This young man was too scary. He had actually helped the Qi clan's old ancestor. Thinking of this, he quickly suppressed the idea of revenge. As the group of people spoke, they quickly flew forward. There had been 4 half-saints before. With Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, there were now 6 half-saints. The 6 of them turned into 6 rays of light and flew quickly in the sky. Everyone, pay attention. We've completely entered the abyss. From now on, there will be dark puppets appearing. Everyone must be careful. Don't let them find you or trap you. The Qi clan's old ancestor quickly formed a seal. Immediately, the precept fragment danced, and his aura was completely hidden. The other half-saints also moved quickly. A golden ball of light shrouded Jin Yuanzi's head. The Luo clan's old ancestor put on a fiery red robe. The other half-ancestor was called the Martial Cultivation half-saint. Mysterious runes appeared on his body and also covered his aura. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon used their superpowers. The aura of the 6 half-saints completely disappeared in the void. The methods of these half-step saints were extremely exquisite. However, after half a day, the Qi clan's old ancestor's face turned ugly. Lin Xian also frowned. Oh no, were they discovered? Chapter 30, 200. They felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at them from the void, which sent chills down their spines. Impossible. We've already concealed our aura. How can they still detect us? Gold Origin frowned. I'm afraid it's a formation. We must have been caught by the formation. The Crimson Dragon spoke. He was an expert in formations. Naturally, he could sense that there was an invisible formation between heaven and earth that had shrouded them. How could it be like this? Everyone frowned. Suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation in front of them. Immediately after, heaven and earth boiled and the void shattered. Someone was fighting. The chief family patriarch and the others exclaimed. The Crimson Dragon waved his dragon claws and instantly formed a formation that reflected the scene in front of them. What a brilliant formation! The chief family patriarch and the others were shocked. They did not expect the Crimson Dragon to be an expert in formations. But now they could not care less. Their eyes were fixed on the scene in front of them. There was a team of 4 in front of them. 2 of them were sage-to-be. 2 of them were skyprides who were close to the Tao. Black figures appeared around them. There were 20 of them densely packed together. 20 black puppets attacked together, causing heaven and earth to explode. Between heaven and earth, strong winds blew, and a terrifying force shrouded the 4 of them. The 4 of them fought back crazily. But each of the black puppets was far stronger than the martial artists who were close to the Tao. The 20 black puppets attacked together. The 2 skyprides who were close to the Tao could not resist at all. They were instantly defeated. Even the 2 sage-to-be were suppressed. In the end, the 4 of them were completely wiped out. This scene left the Qi clan's patriarch and the others dumbfounded. Those were sage-to-be. They were existences like them. But they were killed. And there were 2 of them. This sent chills down their spines. Damn it. Why are there so many black puppets? Gold Origin sucked in a breath of cold air. 20 black puppets together was too powerful. Even they would find it difficult to deal with them. Let's be careful. The Luo family patriarch said in a deep voice. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. What a powerful black puppet. And there were too many of them. If it was just one of them, they probably wouldn't be afraid at all. However, there were dozens of them at the same time. This kind of strength was absolutely terrifying. Furthermore, these black puppets were definitely not the only things that had fallen into the abyss. There were probably other dangers as well. Ah! At this moment, another scream was heard from their right. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look at the source of the scream. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with a golden light that pierced through the void. In the next moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Another half-saint had fallen. The Qi family patriarch and the others swallowed their saliva when they saw this. Following that, 3 more screams were heard. Clearly, more half-saints had fallen. Among them, there were even more warriors who were close to the Tao who had perished. Damn it, how did this happen? The patriarch of the Luo clan and the others clenched their fists tightly. This place was actually so terrifying. Now, they were somewhat regretful. After all, 6 half-saints had fallen in a short while. If this happened outside, it would definitely shock the world. But here, he had died without a sound. Fellow Taoist Qi, are you confident? Jin Yuanzi, the patriarch of the Luo clan, and Xiao Wu looked at the patriarch of the Qi family. The patriarch of the Qi family took a deep breath. He was originally full of confidence, but after experiencing this scene, his heart was beating like a drum. To be honest, I'm not 100% confident, but I'm still 50% confident. Hearing this, the patriarch of the Luo clan and the others' faces changed. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "In that case, let's begin. Since we're already here, we have to give it a try." Indeed, although a half-saint had fallen, it couldn't stop Lin Xian's pace. He had to see him fall into the abyss. Even if these people didn't go, he would go. However, with the patriarch of the Qi family around, it would be more convenient. After all, he had been here 300 years ago. Since Lin Gongzi said so, he would give it a try. The patriarch of the Qi family took a deep breath and looked around. Although I've been here 300 years ago, The scene now is different from 300 years ago. 300 years ago, it wasn't so dangerous. Moreover, today there was chaotic chi and light in the abyss. It was obvious that some changes had occurred. As the patriarch of the Chi family spoke, he formed a seal with his palms. Stars lit up on his body one after another. There were a total of 7 stars shining in the sky. Stars deduction. When the patriarch of the Luo clan and the others saw this, they were filled with anticipation. Come this way. The patriarch of the Chi family waved his hand and led the group to the left. After half an hour, they were attacked. Not good. The patriarch of the Chi family exclaimed, "What's going on? Have we been discovered?" The half-saints were surprised. There were no black puppets around. The crimson dragon fist said, "Array, we've encountered an array." He pointed at the void below. Sure enough, there were a few runes shining there. Damn it! The patriarch of the Chi family and the others felt their scalps go numb. The half-saints' faces changed, and they quickly fled. Buzz! There was a violent fluctuation in the sky, and a black figure appeared. Following that, a series of terrifying attacks came rushing over. Not good. Hurry up and defend. The patriarch of the Chi family roared. The stars on his body connected to each other and formed a starry sky chart that shrouded everyone. With a clang, the attacks hit the starry sky chart, causing it to shake violently. However, the starry sky chart withstood the attacks. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The patriarch of the Chi family waved his hand and said, "Let's go." As soon as he said that, the starry sky chart above his head broke open, and a black light split him in half. Ah! The patriarch of the Chi family screamed. The stars in the sky shone, and the 7 stars shrouded him. His body quickly healed. The people around him were scared out of their wits. At the same time, Jin Yuanzi took out a large golden umbrella and covered everyone. The patriarch of the Luo clan took out a large cauldron and kept enlarging it until it covered everyone. With 2 layers of defense, the half-saints heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, the 2 layers of defense shook violently. It was as if they would break at any time. Not good. Jin Yuanzi and the patriarch of the Luo clan changed their expressions. They hurriedly formed a seal. The nomological fragments kept flying, but in the next moment, the 2 layers of defense broke open again. Their Dharma treasures were sent flying. At the same time, 20 black puppets appeared around them. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. Individually, they were not as strong as them. However, when the 20 of them joined forces, the aura they formed was too strong. Don't worry, we can still fight against 20 of them. Indeed, they had 6 half-saints on their side. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed and they even became frightened. Because, in the distance, another 20 puppets flew over. Chapter 3201. A total of 40 black puppets surrounded them. There was no way they could escape. Damn it! How could there be so many of them? The Chi family patriarch and the others turned pale. If there were 20 of them, they could still fight. But how could they fight 40 of them? They would most likely die. Boom! The black puppets were on the move. Their auras were so terrifying that they resonated with the falling abyss. Suddenly, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shattered, and the light shrouded the Chi family patriarch and the others. Fight back! Don't hold back! The Chi family patriarch and the others roared crazily. The few half-saints attacked crazily. They weren't young geniuses. They were all veteran powerhouses who had experienced countless battles. Their experiences were plentiful. They had many trump cards. So, when they attacked, they sent more than a dozen black puppets flying. Boom! The 7 stars on the Chi family patriarch's body twined like a starry sky dragon. It shattered the void, and as it roared, the black puppets were forced to retreat. Jin Yuanzi called back the golden umbrella in the sky. The golden umbrella whistled, bringing about a powerful storm. Countless golden lights turned into shooting stars, piercing through the 9 heavens. The cauldron above the Luo family patriarch's head waved its hands, bringing with it thousands of rays of light and countless law fragments. Xiao Wu roared, clenched his fist, and punched. He was a body-refining half-saint. The law fragments on his body trembled, and the power was strong enough to shatter the world. The 4 half-saints attacked together, and the power was terrifying. But this time there were 40 black puppets. These black puppets could combine with each other to form a large array. Together with the aura of the falling abyss, the power was equally terrifying. So, the Qi family patriarch and the others were in danger. The 40 puppets attacked crazily. They were not afraid of death, and they did not feel pain. Boom! The 4 puppets stacked on top of each other, and the monstrous aura formed a giant sword, which cut the starry sky dragon into pieces. The Qi family patriarch was also sent flying, and one of his arms was cut off. Among them, 20 black spears appeared in the hands of the puppets. They attacked together, forming a black light beam, and sent the cauldron beside the Luo family patriarch flying. At the same time, the black spears pierced through the Luo family patriarch's body. Then, the Luo family patriarch was torn apart. Whoa! The black puppets went berserk. Next, Jin Yuanzi and Xiao Wu were seriously injured. Their bodies were instantly destroyed. These were all half-sages. They quickly reassembled, but soon they were shattered again. Damn it, he's too strong. These 40 puppets together were simply too powerful. I must separate these puppets. The Qi family patriarch roared like a madman. However, just as he finished speaking, 40 black fists once again smashed into his body. Not only that, this time a terrifying aura appeared on the bodies of the 40 cultivators, which formed into a gray claw that grabbed at the Qi clan patriarch's shattered body. From the looks of it, he wanted to crush his soul. No, the Qi clan's ancestor screamed like a madman. Could it be that he was going to die here? Fellow Taoist Qi, Jin Yuanzi, and the other 2 roared furiously as well. However, their bodies had just been reassembled, so they couldn't help in time. At the most critical moment, a sword light descended from the sky. It was incomparably vast and carried with it a fiery red radiance as it slashed over. With a slash, the gray hand was destroyed. Not only that, but the void within a radius of tens of thousands of miles completely collapsed, forming a large crack. Phew! The Qi clan's ancestor heaved a sigh of relief. The Luo family's ancestor and the others were shocked. Who was this? This sword strike was too terrifying. It made their hair stand on end. This was definitely a top expert. Are you all right? A faint voice sounded. Hearing this voice, the Luo family's ancestor and the others quickly turned their heads and looked over. They saw that Lin Xian's arm still had fragments of the law of fire flying around. It was obvious that he was the one who had struck out with the sword. This brat was actually so strong. Everyone was shocked, especially the Luo family's ancestor. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Fortunately, he hadn't fought with Lin Xian before. Otherwise, he would have ended up in a miserable state. Many thanks to Lin Gongzi for lending a hand. The Qi clan's ancestor's body was reassembled, and his face was filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, his soul would have been destroyed. Jin Yuanzi and Xiao Wu were equally shocked. Was this Lin Wudi? He was indeed strong. No wonder he could kill Shui Pao Patriarch. Lin Gongzi, what do you think we should do? The Qi clan's ancestor looked at Lin Xian. The Luo family's ancestor and the others looked over as well. Although Lin Xian was a few thousand years younger than them, at this moment they had to follow Lin Xian's lead. These 40 puppets knew how to attack together, and their combined strength was very strong. However, if they were scattered, then there was nothing to be afraid of. They understood the logic, but they couldn't do it. The Qi clan's ancestor and the others sighed. No worries, leave this to me. Lin Xian stood out. Roussillon, get ready. The crimson dragon flew over. No problem, they could start at any time. That's good. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. The flame aura on his body instantly erupted like a volcano. It made the 9 heavens and 10 lands tremble. The fragment of the law of fire, accompanied by his fist, blasted out. This punch was like a god descending, shattering the sky. Buzz! The 40 black puppets attacked together, forming a black spear that pierced out. The two collided in the sky, and the golden fist was pierced through. It was unbelievable. One had to know how terrifying Lin Xian's punch was, but it was pierced through. One could only imagine how terrifying the 40 black puppets would be when they were linked together. It was no wonder that so many half-sages had fallen before. But so what? Lin Xian's punch was just a test. In the sky, the black spear pierced through the golden fist and then fiercely pierced towards Lin Xian. Not good. The Qi clan's ancestor and the others' faces changed. Could it be that even Lin Xian couldn't withstand it? If that was the case, then they were doomed. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes shone with a cold light. In the face of such a powerful spear, he advanced instead of retreating. His body swayed, turning into a golden stream of light, and instantly rushed out. Then he stretched out his big hand. This time his big hand carried golden runes, but it didn't transform into a palm of light. Instead, it grabbed with his bare hand. No way! What was Lin Gongzi trying to do? Could it be that he wanted to fight with his bare hands? The Qi clan's ancestor and the others' faces twitched when they saw this. It was impossible. The 4 half-saints were all stupefied. They knew how terrifying the spear was. Their half-sage weapons were instantly sent flying. Now, someone wanted to fight with pure physical strength. How could that be possible? It would probably be pierced through in an instant. Chapter 3202. However, the 4 half-saints were stunned in an instant. In the next moment, they were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Lin Xian's hands shone brightly as he grabbed the black spear. The black spear could knock a half-saint weapon away and pierce through a half-saint, but it was caught by Lin Xian's hands. It could not move in the sky. What? He really blocked it. How is this possible? The Luo family patriarchs' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Jin Yuanzi and the others also gasped. They knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but they did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Huh! Lin Xian shouted coldly as he exerted strength in his hands. His hands were like real dragons as they shone with unparalleled light. Then he forcefully swung the black spear and broke it into 2 halves. The 40 puppets took 3 steps back and broke through the void. Lin Xian was like a peerless overlord as he roared to the sky. He stood there and prevented the 40 puppets from moving forward. He's a god of war. The Qi family patriarch and the others looked up at the young figure in the sky in shock. Could it be that they were really old? Is this the world of young people? However, they had never seen a young man who was so terrifying. Is he really just a half-saint? They were all doubtful at this moment. Their bodies weren't as strong as his. Rizalong. In the sky, Lin Xian pushed back the 40 black puppets and then roared. The Crimson Dragon said, "Don't worry, it's ready." It turned out that when Lin Xian was fighting with the 40 puppets, the Crimson Dragon had already started to set up a formation. He wanted to break the formation with the formation. Rise! The Crimson Dragon roared as the countless fragments of the Law of Thunder on its body surged into the formation. Immediately, a lightning formation rose into the sky. Its tremendous power covered the entire area. Attack! With a long roar, the thunder formation burst out with unparalleled light as it began to attack the surrounding void. A series of flickering formations appeared in the originally dark and gloomy void. There is indeed a formation, the Qi family patriarch and the others exclaimed. They had not noticed it before. If it were not for the Crimson Dragon, they would never have found it. This dragon is too terrifying. It's a formation expert. They were too shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian's companions to be so terrifying. The 40 black puppets roared crazily because they did not want the formation to break. They turned into phantoms of fiend gods and rushed over at high speed. Lin Xian snorted coldly and stomped his foot, shattering the void within 1,000,000 miles. You want to go over? You'll have to pass me. His 9-yang divine body was unleashed to the extreme by him. He Lin Xian Xian Lin Xian, Lin the heaven heaven earth, and the earth between heaven and earth. Huge cracks flickered for millions of miles. At this moment, the entire falling abyss was boiling. God, who is fighting? A half-step sage is fighting with the black puppets. There were other half-step sages around. At that moment, they felt a shocking power coming from afar and were shocked. In the next moment, many people's expressions changed. Oh no, retreat! They ran away crazily. That was because a violent power swept through heaven and earth. How terrifying! How many half-step sages are attacking? Damn it, a lot of people are coming. The other powerhouses swallowed their saliva, and some of their eyes lit up. That's great. Such a violent power will definitely attract more black puppets, and the guards in other places will be weaker. They could take this opportunity to attack. Thinking of that, they turned into streaks of light and rushed into the distance. At the front, Lin Xian was fighting 40 puppets head-on, and the battle was earth-shattering. Are you done? Hooligan! Lin Xian roared. His physique was strong, but at that moment his blood was boiling and his body was trembling. There was nothing he could do. The 40 puppets were so powerful that they were equivalent to several half-step sages attacking together. Lin Xian could resist, but the Luo family patriarch and the others were scared silly. Hurry up! Hold on for a while longer. The crimson dragon waved its dragon claws, controlling the array with all its might. Roar! Lin Xian roared, and the great dragon sword spirit in his body roared. Endless precept fragments gathered above his head, forming a precept sword. He held it in his hand. With a slash of the sword, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the void within 1,000,000 miles was completely enveloped by the flaming sword. Buzz! The 40 black puppets gathered again, forming a long black saber that slashed in all directions. It collided with the precept sword. The two of them fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Are you done? Lin Xian roared again. If things didn't go well, he would have to use more trump cards. All right, the crimson dragon responded. Suddenly, in the void, countless shattering sounds could be heard. The array hidden in the void was broken. Great! Lin Xian laughed. 9 suns opened the sky. With a slash of the sword, it could destroy the sun and moon. This slash directly sent the 40 puppets flying. Among them, 7 or 8 puppets were destroyed by the slash. The remaining 30 puppets were also scattered. They couldn't gather again. Hurry up! Lin Xian roared and rushed over. Behind him, the Qi family's patriarch and the others came to their senses. They also took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in their hearts, and rushed over. The 40 puppets could no longer attack together, and now they were scattered in all directions. Although in groups of 3 to 5, they could still fight against a half-saint, but they still couldn't threaten them. Therefore, it didn't take long for these puppets to be destroyed. Phew! The Luo family's patriarch and the others breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. Lin Xian took back the precept fragment, and he was incomparably calm. To be honest, even if he didn't break the array, with his strength he could kill them. However, he would have to use some of his trump cards. Lin Xian didn't want to do that. Otherwise, the puppets couldn't do anything to him. Next, everyone went on their way again. During this time, they encountered 2 more groups of puppets and attacked them. However, they used this method to forcefully break the array. Lin Xian and the others were incomparably strong all the way to the depths of the falling abyss. Haha, will we be the only ones to enter? The Luo family's patriarch was a little excited. After all, there weren't many teams as strong as them. The Qi family's patriarch shook his head. It's not that simple. As far as I know, before we came, there were already some powerful experts who went in. Moreover, even if they were with us, some of them were very terrifying. Therefore, we can't be the only ones to enter. After all, this time it wasn't just 1 or 2 stellar worlds, but many half-saints geniuses from other worlds. It could be said that this was a fierce battle. Are there other geniuses from the stellar silk world? I can take a look. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He had seen some of them before, but now those geniuses from other worlds were no longer a threat to him. However, he knew that those who could step on the ancient path of the stars were definitely strong. There would definitely be sage-level geniuses and experts waiting for him in front. And he was fearless. Finally, after a difficult battle, the number of black puppets in front of them gradually decreased. Moreover, it wasn't an empty space, but some land. Chapter 3203. Great, we can land now. The Qi family patriarch heaved a sigh of relief. Then everyone descended. Hee, I didn't expect a small fry to come. A cold voice came from the front. There's someone. The Qi family patriarch and the others stopped in their tracks. Their gazes shifted to the front. There was indeed someone. A young man in white walked over with a pair of white wings on his back. It wasn't a pair of wings formed by superpowers, but real wings. Obviously, he wasn't from the human race. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The young man in white walked over and said coldly, "Scram, this isn't a place you can come." "What did you say?" The Qi family patriarch and the others' faces darkened. The other party was just a martial artist who had comprehended something close to the Tao. How dare he ask them to scram? They had 6 half-saints on their side. Sure enough, the Qi family patriarch snorted and a ray of light rushed forward. He could easily kill a martial artist who had comprehended something close to the Tao. Clang! The ray of light arrived in front of the young man in white. Countless runes appeared on the young man in white, forming a light screen. He blocked it. Is a half-saint that great? You want to kill me? Do you have the ability? The young man in white sneered. There was a mysterious light flickering on his body. Damn it, who is this guy? He actually has 3 half-saint artifacts. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seems like he's a young master of some family, and this family must be extremely powerful. The Qi family patriarch was stunned when he saw that his attack was ineffective. A young man who has 3 half-saint artifacts? What a surprise! He asked in a deep voice. Who are you? I'm from the White Crane race. The young man in white said proudly. The pair of white wings on his back spread out and emitted a white light. What, the White Crane race? You're from the White Crane race? The Qi family patriarch was shocked. The Luo family patriarch and the other 2 sucked in a cold breath. 10,000 ancient races? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The Crimson Dragon snorted. Its meat should be delicious. Was the White Crane clan very powerful? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. The White Crane race should also be one of the 10,000 ancient races. The 10,000 ancient races were not only present in the true spirit world, but also in the entire universe. That's right, the White Crane clan was extremely powerful. They occupied a planet and named it the White Crane Planet. In that world of stars, they reigned supreme. Although there were other races, they all had to submit to their White Crane race. Gold Origin said in a deep voice. It was very obvious that they definitely knew how terrifying the White Crane clan was. When the white-robed young man heard this, he laughed loudly. Looks like you know how powerful my White Crane clan is. Since that's the case, why don't you scram? Occupying an entire world of stars. Lin Xian was shocked. It seemed that the 10,000 ancient races were very strong. *CK, this guy is too arrogant. I really want to slap him to death, then roast him into meat skewers to eat. The Crimson Dragon gnashed its teeth. At this moment, the Luo family's patriarch also walked out. He said, "So it's the young master of the White Crane clan. How did we offend you? Why did you ask us to leave for no reason?" The chief family's patriarch and the others were also very confused. It was not easy for them to come here, but now they were being chased away. How could they be willing to accept this? Offend us? The white-robed young man was stunned. Then he sneered. "Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to offend my White Crane clan? I'm here to clean up the trash. You don't have to go forward anymore." "What? Cleaning up ants?" Hearing this, the Luo family's patriarch and the others' faces turned extremely ugly. It seemed that regardless of whether they had offended the White Crane clan or not, the other party would not let them leave. The other party was planning to clear the place and take all the treasures inside. "Damn it, your White Crane clan is too arrogant." The chief family's patriarch gnashed his teeth. He had waited for 300 years, and he could finally come again. How could he leave just because of a sentence from someone else? "I'm arrogant. What can you do about it? You were the one who attacked me just now, right? Cut off one of his arms for me." "The arm that attacked me." The Luo family's patriarch and the others were stunned, but Lin Xian's pupils shrank. In the next moment, the Qi family's patriarch's arm flew into the sky, blood splattering everywhere. Then, the Qi family's patriarch's scream was heard. "Yes, master." A figure appeared beside the Qi family's patriarch, holding a long saber in his hand. The saber was shining brightly. "Damn it, there's someone here. So fast!" The Luo family's patriarch, Jin Yuan, and Xiao Wu's pupils shrank. Even Lin Xian was shocked. "It seems that there's an expert hiding here." The Qi family's patriarch screamed and quickly sealed his qi and blood. His face was extremely pale, and he retreated to the side. 7 stars revolved around his body, forming the 7 stars armor. Then, the severed arm grew out again. Sage to be, the Blackback clan. The Qi family's patriarch's face was extremely ugly. The other party's speed was too fast, and he only reacted when the other party cut off his arm. If the other party had aimed for his head, would he have been able to dodge it? The white-robed youth in front of him shouted coldly, "This is a lesson for you. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll destroy your body and soul." They did not expect that there would be a half-step saint from the Blackback clan. Moreover, he was so fast. However, do you think a half-step saint can stop us? "We have 6 half-step saints." The Qi family's patriarch looked up and said coldly, "Are 6 half-step saints that powerful? Do it, and let them know the consequences of disobeying my orders." Buzz, the half-step saint from the Blackback clan, made his move, and he disappeared into the void in an instant. Oh no! The Qi family's patriarch and the others narrowed their eyes. Buzz, the 7 stars armor on the Qi family's patriarch shone brightly. He shouted loudly, and the surrounding void quickly shattered. In the next moment, his body flew out, and he received tens of thousands of attacks in an instant. Every single one of them crashed into the same place, causing one of his arms to be chopped off once again. "Ah!" The Qi family's patriarch screamed. At the same time, Jin Yuanzi's head flew out. Similarly, he received tens of thousands of attacks in an instant. Not only him, but the Luo family's patriarch and Xiao Wu were also attacked. All 4 of them retreated, and they were injured. In the next moment, they looked in front of them in horror. "Damn it, who the hell are you?" The fragment of the law of speed. He has comprehended the law of speed. These people were stunned. It was too fast. Even as half-step saints, they could not keep up. Moreover, the other party had attacked too many times in an instant. Although one attack was not enough to break their defense, it was still too fast. However, with so many attacks landing on the same spot, even they would find it difficult to withstand it. "Ha ha ha ha, now you know how powerful I am." The white-robed youth in front of them laughed loudly. "How dare a few half-step saints like you be so arrogant in front of me? If you provoke me, I'll kill you all." Chapter 3204. Damn it, We have so many half-saints. I don't believe we can't beat him. The chief family patriarch gritted his teeth. Indeed, they had 6 half-saints and Lin Xian. How could they not beat him? Even if this half-saint from the Blackback clan had comprehended the law of speed, they still had a way. Was that so? The youth in white sneered and clapped his hands lightly. A roar came from the darkness behind him. Then, a few huge creatures walked out. These 2 huge creatures were as big as mountains. Each of them looked ferocious, and the aura they emitted was terrifying. Hellhounds! Lin Xian was shocked. There were 2 half-saint hellhounds. He had seen a hell dog before. Back in the true spirit world, in the Central Continent, he had seen a hell dog corpse, but that one hadn't reached the half-saint level. Now there were 2 of them alive. Sure enough, the Qi family patriarch and the others were shocked when they saw the 2 hellhounds. Hellhounds! They were strange beasts of heaven and earth. They were terrifying. The 3 heads represented 3 different attributes between heaven and earth. Moreover, there were half-saints, and there were 2 of them. In terms of teamwork, the half-saints from the Blackback clan were terrifying. Damn it! The White Crane clan had brought so many experts this time. Moreover, merely a young man from the White Crane clan had brought 3 half-saints with him, not to mention the other half-saints from the White Crane clan. Thinking of this, the Qi family patriarch and the others felt their scalps go numb. Did they really have the strength to fight against such a person? Forget it. Jin Yuanzi smiled bitterly. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't fight against the White Crane clan. Even if they could fight their way in now, they might still be killed if they encountered a half-saint from the White Crane clan. Therefore, Jin Yuanzi shook his head and didn't plan to fight. Xiao Wu did the same. The Qi family patriarch and the Luo family patriarch exchanged a look and smiled bitterly. Jin Yuanzi and Xiao Wu had already given up. They couldn't beat the other party, even if they worked together, so they were ready to give up. Seeing the ugly expressions of the Qi clan's patriarch and the others, the young man in white sneered coldly. They didn't know what was good for them. They should have retreated earlier. Why did they have to wait for me to display my strength? Do you think you can contend against me? Get out of here. The Qi family's ancestor and the others shook their heads and turned around, preparing to retreat. However, in the next moment, they were stunned because they realized that Lin Xian had no intention of leaving. He even walked forward. The Crimson Dragon also followed. Lin Gongzi, the Qi family patriarch, and the others were stunned for a moment before they asked, since they were already here, how could they not go and take a look? Lin Xian said faintly without the slightest fear. Up ahead. The white-robed youth had originally wanted to leave. However, he suddenly realized that someone was walking towards him. You don't know the difference between life and death. Do you want to die? However, he soon discovered that it was not the Qi family's patriarch, but a young man. From the looks of it, this person was even younger than him. Who was this? Were they the juniors of those half-saints? He was so reckless. Kid, your seniors have already gone back. How dare you continue to advance? In that case, go to hell. Elder He, cut off his legs and bring him to me. I want to torture him to death. The white-robed youth was enraged. Since someone dared to provoke him, he naturally wanted to make Lin Xian suffer. Buzz. Hearing this, the half-saints of the Blackback clan disappeared instantly. In the next moment, a sharp blade light slashed towards Lin Xian's legs. Clang! An earth-shattering sound was heard as the blade landed on Lin Xian's legs, emitting countless streaks of lightning. However, it did not shatter. Half-step Saint He Bat was stunned. Then he used the law of speed fragment, and instantly, tens of thousands of attacks were formed in an instant. It looked like a single blade, but it had gathered tens of thousands of forces. Get out of here. Lin Xian shouted coldly and kicked out. This time, he was like a real dragon, bringing with him a powerful force that collided with the tens of thousands of attacks. Boom! The entire world turned blurry and shattered continuously. Half-Step Saint Hey Bat was sent flying. His arm was numb, and he looked shocked. You're not a junior. You're a half-saint. The white-robed youth in front of him was also stunned. In his opinion, Lin Xian should be a junior of the Qi family patriarch and the others. However, it seemed that this was not the case. Lin Xian was a half-saint, and a very powerful one at that. Otherwise, how could he have forced Half-Step Saint Hey Bat to retreat? Black Bat, kill him. Don't hold back. The white-robed youth, who was riding on a three-headed hellhound, said coldly. Yes. Half-Step Saint Hey Bat nodded. His body shone with an unparalleled light. Streaks of black runes covered his entire body. The black long blade in his hand shone with black runes. The law of speed fragment circled the area, and he disappeared instantly. In an instant he appeared around Lin Xian. He waved his long blade and attacked with tens of thousands of attacks. Boom! 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 All of the attacks landed on Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's speed was not slow either. Hence, the attacks could not hit the same spot. Clanging sounds rang out as Lin Xian used his physical strength to resist the attacks. All of this happened in an instant. Half-Step Saint Hey Bat retreated in shock. Damn it, what kind of physique was this? He was too shocked. Previously, he had used tens of thousands of attacks to injure the Qi family patriarch. Now he could not injure the young man in front of him. What a strong physique! This was a body-refining half-saint. Half-Step Saint Hey Bat roared and attacked with 1,000,000 attacks. This time, his speed was even faster. He was so fast that even the Qi family patriarch and the others could not catch him. The Qi family patriarch and the others felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing light. Had his speed increased by 10 times? He roared and pushed his divine body to the extreme. The law of fire fragment on his body spewed out and burned fiercely, completely enveloping him. Buzz! This time, Lin Xian did not take the attack head-on. Instead, he attacked. The two law of fire fragment swung in the air. It's useless. You can't keep up with my speed. Half-Step Saint Hey Bat's cold voice rang out. In an instant, he passed through the flames and arrived in front of Lin Xian. The long saber in his hand slashed down crazily. The saber contained millions of saber light. This was 1,000,000 attacks. Humph! Lin Xian was enraged. Golden light bloomed from his body, making him look like an indestructible god of war. He waved his fist and attacked like the sun. It's useless. You can't keep up with my speed. Half-Step Saint Hey Bat sneered again. As expected, he was very fast. Lin Xian's fist had only reached halfway when Half-Step Saint Hey Bat's saber slashed down with millions of saber light. You're dead meat now, aren't you? Half-Step Saint Hey Bat's lips curled into a cold smile. The Qi family patriarch and the others felt their scalps go numb. It's over. Lin Gongzi is in danger. Yes, the law of speed was too difficult to break. Of all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbreakable. It was impossible to resist. They knew that Lin Xian's body was strong, but they did not think that Lin Xian's body could withstand millions of attacks. Chapter 3205. At this critical moment, a black pattern appeared on Lin Xian's body. It was like a Tao pattern. Millions of attacks hit the black light and disappeared without a trace, as if they had stepped into a quagmire. What's going on? Half-Saint Black Bat was stunned. His attack had actually failed. He hadn't hit his opponent? How could this be? What was that black light? Boom! While he was in a daze, a fist as bright as the sun hit him and sent him flying. Half of his body turned into a bloody mist. This scene happened extremely quickly. In merely an instant it had happened. Thus, by the time the crowd reacted, they saw Half-Holy Black Bat vomiting blood and being sent flying. He was injured. Black Bat King was injured. The young man in white was stunned. The Qi family patriarch and the others screamed. This was too unbelievable. They had been worried about Lin Xian. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would gain the upper hand in the blink of an eye? Ruse along, I'll leave him to you. Lin Xian retracted his fist and turned to stare at the young man in white in front of him. Don't worry, leave him to me. I'll turn him into a dead bat. The crimson dragon chuckled and flew over. Ah! Black Bat rushed out and roared at the sky. His body was full of murderous intent. Thousands of shadows appeared in the sky. He was so fast that no one could tell which one was real. Countless pairs of cold eyes stared down. Damn snake, you dare to stop me? Get lost. Thousands of shadows shot toward the crimson dragon. Crimson Dragon Shenong snorted in disdain. The dragon's roar reverberated through the sky. All of a sudden, the afterimages in the sky began to tremble and shatter. The dragon's roar. Damn it, you're from the Dragon Clan. Half-Saint Black Bat's face darkened. The young man in white also looked cold. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be from the Dragon Clan. Damn brat, who the hell are you? He stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and asked. Lin Xian didn't answer. He stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "Those who stand in my way will die." Do you really think you can get past me just because you've got Black Bat pinned down? How naive. Go kill him. The young man said to a Cerberus beside him. Roar. The Cerberus charged forward, its 3 heads roaring at the same time. Its murderous aura shook the 9 heavens and tore the void apart. Behind him, the Qi family's ancestor and the others trembled as fear filled their eyes. The Qi and blood in their bodies churned. Heavens, this Cerberus of hell is really too scary. Lin Xian was fearless. He charged forward like a god of war. In the blink of an eye, it clashed with the Cerberus. The 2 of them clashed. Every strike was like a clap of thunder, emitting dazzling light that illuminated the entire sky. He was actually able to fight to a draw with the infernal realm. The Qi family patriarch and the others were shocked. The Hellhound was a legendary magical beast. It was said that it suppressed the underworld and was incomparably terrifying. But now, he couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. The next moment, they screamed even louder. The reason for that was because Lin Xian had unleashed tens of thousands of sword auras and beheaded both of the Hellhound's heads. Roar! The Cerberus roared crazily at the sky, and its broken heads reassembled. It charged over again. However, Lin Xian grabbed the 2 reassembled heads with both hands and tore the huge body into 2. Along with it was an incomparably large pitch-black crack that extended across the sky. It was a ghastly sight. Damn it, you go and help too. When the young man in white saw this scene, he immediately shouted in a low voice. The other Cerberus under his feet also charged over. The 3 heads opened their mouths and spat out lightning, fire, and ice. The terrifying energy shook the void, causing the entire world to distort. Lin Xian let out a long roar. Brilliant light shone from him as he pushed his divine body to its limits. At that moment, he seemed to have transformed into a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex as he shuttled through the energy in the sky. The 2 fragments of the laws in his hands formed 2 swords of the laws. As he waved them, they destroyed everything. Boom! The 13th sword cut the Cerberus in half again. The other Cerberus, 3 heads, were sent flying. Roar! Black Qi surged on the 2 Cerberus bodies as they roared crazily. Their bodies reassembled again. With a roar, the black lightning in the sky pierced through the sky and shattered the void, directly enveloping Lin Xian. At the same time, ice covered the entire space. A layer of ice and snow appeared on the Qi family patriarch's body. They could only use their fragments of the laws to resist and keep retreating. It was too powerful. Was this Lin Wuyi? The Luo family patriarch and the others were completely stunned. With the strength of one person, he fought against 2 half-saint Cerberus and successfully suppressed them. This was simply too shocking. One should know that they were no match for the Cerberus in a one-on-one fight. Unless the 4 of them attacked together, they might not be able to fight against the two Cerberus. But now, Lin Xian had done it all by himself. On the other side, Half Saint Blackbat was even more shocked. How could the other party be so terrifying? And what made him despair was that the dragon in front of him was equally terrifying. The other party had 2 fragments of the laws. Even if he had the law of speed, he could not do anything to the other party. Even his life was in danger. Roar! Lin Xian punched out, releasing a light as bright as the sun. At the same time, a dragon's roar came from his body, resounding through the 9 heavens. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Buzz! The 2 infernal hounds trembled as well. Their 3 heads appeared, filled with fear. They did not expect the other party to be able to let out a dragon's roar and intimidate them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the great dragon's sword soul exploded with power, covering the 2 swords of the laws. Lin Xian slashed forward. The 2 sword chi split the Cerberus bodies. The great dragon sword soul that he had learned made it impossible for the 2 Cerberus to heal completely. There was a large crack in their bodies from the beginning to the end. The 2 Cerberus roared crazily, looking ferocious, but they could not erase the aura of the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the youth in white in front of him. The youth in white trembled and almost knelt on the ground in fear. Although he was arrogant and had 3 half-saints by his side, his true strength was only that of a martial artist who was close to the Tao. How could he be a match for Lin Xian? So in Lin Xian's eyes, the youth in white was about to explode. The next moment he snorted, and the belt on his waist released an incomparable light. The dense runes on it rushed out and enveloped his body. Only then did he block the half-saint's power. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The other party had several half-saint artifacts on him. He was too rich. Was the White Crane clan that terrifying? However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He said, coldly, I've said it before. Those who block me will die. Since you dare to block my way, then go to hell. Chapter 3206. Damn it, you dare to kill me? The white-robed young man screamed like a madman. He was from the White Crane clan. Their White Crane clan was so powerful, who would dare to attack him? He was such a young genius, but he had 3 half-saints protecting him. There were so many powerful people from the White Crane clan among them. As expected, the Luo clan's patriarch, Qi clan's patriarch, and the others also exclaimed, Young master, you can't do this. They wouldn't stop Lin Xian from attacking the White Crane clan. However, if he killed this young man, things would get out of hand. He would completely offend the White Crane clan. With the strength of the White Crane clan, if they attacked, they probably wouldn't be able to leave alive. Lin Xian turned his head and glanced at the Luo clan's patriarch and the others. I've made up my mind. Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed. A terrifying sword light slashed forward. No, the white-robed young man screamed like a madman. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue light, which turned into stars one after another and enveloped him like a river of stars. It blocked the shocking sword chi. Boom! The 2 supernatural powers collided in the air and exploded with an unparalleled light. The world was pierced by this light. The river of stars in the sky shattered. The white-robed young man was sent flying and vomited blood. His body was about to split open. However, it reassembled in an instant. He's fine? Lin Xian was astonished. Someone who was close to the Great Path was actually able to take a sword from him. No one would believe it if he told others. There were 2 more half-saint artifacts. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The pendant on the young man's neck, the belt on his waist, and the river of stars above his head. The 3 layers of defense protected the young man. However, the river of stars shattered and the light of the pendant and belt dimmed. Damn it, I want you to die. The white-robed young man screamed like a madman. He raised his hand and shot out a red light. It quickly flew toward Lin Xian. Lin Gongzi, we just need to subdue him. There's no need to take his life. The Chi clan's patriarch quickly persuaded. The White Crane clan is very powerful. Young master, please don't let your emotions affect your decisions. While speaking, Lin Xian had already slashed apart the red light with his sword. He could see that it was a red box with an ancient design. It carried a mysterious aura. But what was it? Lin Xian didn't know. He didn't care, so he struck out with his sword. Suddenly, the blood-red box was split open, and globs of dark black blood appeared from within, directly enveloping him. Not good. Kid, that's the saint's blood poison. Get out of my way. The crimson dragon roared. The moment the dark red box broke and blood flowed out, he sensed it and immediately warned the others. However, he was still a step too late. Behind them, the Qi family ancestor and the others felt their scalps go numb. Saint's blood poison. Heavens! How could he have such a thing? It's over. Lin Gongzi is in danger. I told you long ago not to offend the White Crane clan. Ha ha ha, brat, let's see how you'll die. This is the blood poison of a saint. It was refined from a saint's body. If a half-step saint comes into contact with it, he will definitely die. Moreover, his body and soul will be destroyed. This is your fate if you dare to offend me. Lin Xian also heard the Crimson Dragon's warning, but it was already too late. The saint's blood poison had already enveloped him. In an instant, Lin Xian's body trembled slightly. The light of the Nine Yang divine body dimmed. Oh no, what a terrifying poison! What a terrifying blood! Lin Xian felt an extremely powerful saint's aura. Obviously, this was related to the saint. Moreover, from the looks of it, it should be the saint's blood that had been refined to form the blood poison. Indeed, the other party was right. Once this blood poison was released, a half-step saint would not be able to resist it at all. It could even kill a half-step saint in groups. Danger, and it was an extremely dangerous situation. Lin Xian did not dare to hold back. He roared angrily and used the great dragon's sword soul to the extreme. Together with the Annihilation Law fragment, he quickly attacked. His body was enveloped, and in an instant he shot out countless sword chi to resist the blood poison. All right, this kid is dead. Next, only this dragon is left. Catch him. I haven't eaten dragon meat yet. The white-clothed youth laughed. The two hellhounds and the black bat half-step saint stared at the crimson dragon. Damn it! The crimson dragon spat out rain and monstrous lightning that filled the sky, attacking in all directions. At the same time, he looked anxiously at Lin Xian. He did not know if the kid could withstand the saint's blood poison. Boom! A large crack was torn open in the saint's blood poison, and then a figure walked out. Lin Xian's clothes were torn, and countless cracks appeared on his nine-yang divine body. Blood dyed his body red, and he looked abnormally ferocious. It was as if he had crawled out of hell. His eyes flickered with a golden light, and his body was overflowing with killing intent. What other tricks do you have? What? Nothing. Impossible. How could you rush out of the saint's blood poison? The white-clothed youth was stunned. His face was full of fear, and his body was trembling. He was so scared that he almost wet himself. How was that possible? Once the saint's blood poison was released, it would not be a problem to kill the 6 half-step saints in front of him, let alone deal with one person with all his strength. Even if that kid had 100 lives, it would not be enough to kill him. However, the current situation was that the kid was not dead at all. His body was only broken and slightly injured. Stop him! The white-clothed youth ordered the 2 hellhounds. At the same time, he retreated rapidly and flew into the depths of the abyss. He had no choice. His opponent was too terrifying. He had to leave this place quickly. Scram! The 2 hellhounds rushed over. Lin Xian roared like a god of war, and the cracks on his body quickly healed. Streaks of golden aura shot into the sky. 2 fists punched out, blasting the 2 hellhounds into pieces. At the same time, he turned into a ray of light and flew forward. It's over. Something big has happened. This time, he will not rest until he dies. The Qi family's patriarch's face was extremely pale. He knew that with Lin Xian's personality, he would not spare the white-clothed youth. And behind the white-clothed young man stood the White Crane clan. What should we do? Jin Yuanzi asked anxiously. The Qi family's patriarch took a deep breath. Let's go and take a look. Let's see if we can persuade Lin Gongzi. The Luo family's patriarch snorted coldly. A hint of coldness appeared in his eyes, but he did not say anything. The group of people quickly flew forward. At the same time, the Crimson Dragon swung its tail because its opponent, half-step Saint Blackbat, had already turned into a ray of light and was quickly chasing after it. In the depths of the abyss, there was a gray aura everywhere, and there were shadows of Een spirits circling the area. It was spine-chilling. The entire land was grayish-white in color and carried an extremely terrifying aura. In front of them, there were gray mountains of different heights. They were densely packed together and formed a mountain range. There were some people gathered on the mountain range. Some of them stood alone on a mountain, while others gathered together. However, without exception, the aura on their bodies was extremely powerful. Chapter 3207. Some figures were sitting cross-legged on the most majestic, gray-white mountain peak. They were so powerful that the surrounding people did not dare to look at them. The atmosphere in the entire mountain range was very quiet. It was as if everyone was cultivating and waiting for something. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed in and broke the tranquil atmosphere. "Ancestor, save me." A terrified voice was heard, spreading throughout the mountain range. In an instant, the mysterious figures on the mountain peaks opened their eyes. Countless rays of light looked down. Isn't this a member of the White Crane clan? Why is he so terrified? Could it be that someone is fighting their way in? Just as they were puzzled, a figure instantly appeared in the middle of the three clans. Could he run away if he wanted to? Then, a ray of sword qi flew over like a rainbow. It brought with it an unparalleled radiance, illuminating the gray-white sky. Damn it, how dare you! At this critical moment, a long black saber flew through the air and slashed at Lin Xian, trying to kill him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Without turning his head, he slashed his sword at Half-Saint Blackbat. This sword was a sword of laws. It directly split Half-Saint Blackbat in half. At the same time, the sword light of laws in front of him also pierced through the defense of the Half-Saint weapon. It pierced through the body of the white-robed youth and nailed him to the ground. The white-robed youth was nailed to the ground. He screamed crazily. His body was trembling, but he could not break free at all. On the mountain peaks in the distance, the experts gasped. Who is this? Who dares to attack a member of the White Crane clan? In an instant, countless voices looked toward the most majestic mountain peak. On that mountain peak, there were many powerful figures sitting cross-legged. They all had a pair of white crane wings on their backs. They were the experts of the White Crane clan. From the moment the white-robed youth entered to the moment he was nailed to the ground, it happened in an instant. Therefore, they did not have time to react. Moreover, they had never thought that someone would dare to attack a member of the White Crane clan. Moreover, it was in front of them. Stop! A cold shout reverberated in all directions. Immediately, the space within 1,000,000 miles was shattered. One could imagine how terrifying this person was. However, Lin Xian acted as if he didn't hear anything. With a shake of his hand, the sword light in front of him exploded once again, shattering the white-clothed youth's body into pieces. Even his soul was destroyed in an instant. Dead. The pupils of the experts and half-step saints on the surrounding mountain peaks shrank. They couldn't believe that the other party had really attacked. He had killed the people of the White Crane clan. Moreover, he had destroyed their bodies and souls. This guy is dead for sure. This was what all of them were thinking. Courting death. The people of the White Crane clan roared as if they had gone mad. Endless killing intent soared into the sky. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled as a massive palm descended from the sky, bringing with it countless law fragments and bursting with shocking energy. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Wang. Lin Xian's figure flickered and retreated far away, dodging the attack. However, the giant palm of law followed him like a shadow, once again enveloping Lin Xian. From the looks of it, the other party would not give up until they killed Lin Xian. Wang. Lin Xian moved his hand, and immediately, the black magic staff fragments gathered. The power of annihilation quickly condensed into a sword of law, which he slashed out. Wang. The two collided in the sky. The collision of the sword of law and the giant palm of law brought about endless light. The power of annihilation destroyed everything. It caused the palm to rapidly shrink until it was about to disappear. However, the giant palm of law was also extremely terrifying. It had endless power, as if it was the law of earth. In the end, the powerful force also shattered the sword qi of the sword of law. The two dissipated into the void at the same time. Lin Xian waved his hand, and endless qi shattered all the energy. Then he raised his head and looked forward. The half-step saints on the surrounding mountain peaks were discussing spiritedly. He blocked it. The other party actually blocked it. Who was this person? Could it be that he was an old monster? On the huge mountain peak, the people of the White Crane clan also frowned. Several of their gazes were fixed on Lin Xian, wanting to penetrate him. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. The sword qi on his body tumbled and destroyed everything, blocking their gazes. Lin Gongzi, don't attack. At this moment, a few exclamations came from behind. Then, the Qi clan's patriarch and the others barged in. They wanted to persuade Lin Xian. However, when they arrived at the scene, they were stunned. This was because they realized that Lin Xian seemed to have already attacked. Moreover, there were too many people here. Not only the White Crane clan, but there were also many figures on the surrounding mountain peaks. It was the Tongue clan's patriarch, the Tiger Dragon clan, the Silver Armor clan, the Golden Rock clan. One by one, powerful clans appeared in front of the Qi clan's patriarch and the others. The Qi clan's patriarch and the others were extremely pale. Beside him, Jin Yuanzi, the Luo clan's patriarch, and the others also looked extremely solemn. They were facing a great enemy. This was because the clans and the experts in front were too famous. They dominated the nearby star realm. One of them could wipe out a group of people. For example, the Qi clan's patriarch was not strong enough. A few more people came. These people also looked at the Qi clan's patriarch and the others. Suddenly, the Qi clan's patriarch and the others felt as if they had been pierced through by thousands of swords. They felt uncomfortable, and their souls were about to tremble. After all, the people in front of them were all top experts. However, they were most curious about Lin Xian. Who was this person? How dare he go against the White Crane clan? Kid, how dare you kill the people of the White Crane clan? Kneel down and accept your death. In front of them, on the majestic mountain peak, a figure stood out. It was also a young man. He shouted sternly. Lin Xian looked up and said coldly, "Who do you think you are? You're not even a half-saint. How dare you show off in front of me?" Two sharp golden swords burst out from his eyes and slashed forward with a monstrous flame aura. In an instant, they were close to the young man. Damn it! The young man was scared out of his wits. Although he was arrogant, he was only a genius who had comprehended something. How could he withstand the attack of a half-saint? Fortunately, there were countless experts of the White Crane clan around him. Buzz, a middle-aged man, attacked fiercely and caught the two swords in an instant. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. A mere half-saint dares to behave atrociously in front of the White Crane clan? Today you're dead. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the two golden swords split open. Endless flames of the laws shrouded the area. Ah! A scream was heard. The young man who shouted coldly was burned to ashes. Even his soul did not escape. How could my sword be so easy to catch? Lin Xian stood proudly with his hands behind his back. Ah, I want you dead. On the mountain peak in front of them, the endless void shattered. Crazy roars could be heard. Chapter 3208. In the next moment, the flames disappeared. The faces of the White Crane Tribe's elites were terrifyingly dark. Their killing intent surged, and millions of miles of the void were completely covered. At this moment, the Qi family's patriarch and the others trembled. The elites on the surrounding mountains also changed their expressions. Another young elite had died, and this time he was killed in front of the elites of the White Crane Tribe. This was too overbearing. This was a public slap to the White Crane Tribe's face. The middle-aged man who attacked previously was also furious. The white wings on his back spread out, and he turned into thousands of streams of light, instantly arriving in front of Lin Xian. A fist, carrying endless rays of light, rushed straight up. Boom! The blue fragments of the staff danced in the air, as if thousands of waves were roaring. In an instant, the surroundings were completely surrounded by the sea, completely enveloping Lin Xian. The law of water. Kid, aren't you the law of fire? Watch how I'll drown you. The White Crane Tribe's half-saint revealed a ferocious expression. He wanted to tear Lin Xian into pieces. Buzz! Golden runes spun rapidly in Lin Xian's eyes, and a fiery red light surged out. In an instant he charged forward. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were engulfed. Monstrous flames burned silently, and the sea water in the sky stirred up each other. This was an earth-shattering battle. Even the elites and half-saints around were tense, because these two forces were simply too powerful. These half-saints and the young elites around them were trembling. If it weren't for their patriarchs, just the aftermath of this energy would have been enough to kill them. This scene was simply too terrifying. Water and fire intersected, and the void kept collapsing. A terrifying force flooded the area. The surrounding mountain peaks were also collapsing. Boom! In the end, a surge of energy shot up into the sky, tearing apart countless gray auras. The entire abyss seemed to be illuminated. Water spreading to the 9 heavens. Die for me! In the violent energy, the voice of the White Crane Tribe's elite could be heard. Buzz! On the other side, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Streaks of terrifying sword qi surged out, turning into fire dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. The two of them exchanged more than a dozen moves, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to rend. Boom! It was another shocking strike. The void was completely torn apart, and the two figures retreated. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking like an immortal. On the other side, the powerhouse of the White Crane clan was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Damn it, he was actually helpless against the other party. On his arm there was a sword mark. The aura it carried was something he could not erase in a short period of time. Damn it, who the hell are you? I am Lin Wudi. The White Crane clan doesn't know what's good for them. Blocking my path, they deserve death. A cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens. When the surrounding people heard this, their scalps went numb. Too arrogant, he actually dared to say such words to the White Crane clan. He was truly arrogant to the extreme. The other half-saints all turned pale. The experts of the White Crane clan also frowned. Lin Wudi? What an arrogant name. I think I've heard of him before. Is he the young genius who killed Patriarch Shuapao? It's actually him. Wasn't he already killed by Patriarch Shuapao's curse and perished together with him? How is he still alive? This was a true young genius. His strength was so strong that it made people tremble. A few exclamations were heard. Obviously, they had also heard of the scene that happened on the Blood Refinement Planet. A young genius? Many people's eyes were fierce. The young martial artists beside the half-saints were also shocked. The other party was actually the same as them. They were all of the younger generation. However, the other party had already left them far behind and became a half-saint powerhouse. This made them unable to believe it. After the people of the White Crane clan heard this, their faces also darkened. Who was I at that time? So it was just a young man. What Lin Woody? Just because he killed a half-saint, he thinks he's invincible? You really don't know what's good for you. How would an ant like you know how vast the world is and how many powerhouses there are? My White Crane clan is not something you can provoke. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Xian said proudly. He was still not afraid. White Crane clan. So what? Back then, when he was not a half-saint, he had already fought against the 10,000 ancient races. He had even killed people from the Thousand Dragons Court and Fire Chilin Cave, let alone the White Crane clan. His path was to press forward with indomitable will. Anyone who dared to block his path would be killed. The faces of the people of the White Crane clan darkened. In front of them, the middle-aged half-saint was also trembling. It was obvious that he was going to attack again. At the same time, another old figure walked over from the mountain peak. Another half-saint. Everyone's pupils constricted. Was the White Crane clan going to kill him? No matter how strong the other party was, he would not be able to withstand two half-saints attacking together. Lin Xian snorted coldly. So what if there were two half-saints? It was not like he had not killed them before. The dragon's soul in his body circulated, and the sword qi on his body was about to erupt. However, at this moment, a loud voice came from afar. It turned into thunder and rolled over. Young Master Yen was here. The moment this was said, everyone's expression changed, and they all stood up. The half-saints of the White Crane clan were also stunned. Their expressions were strange, and in the next moment, they retracted their murderous aura. Brat, you are very lucky. We will let you live for a while. Let us go and welcome young Master Yen. The half-saints did not attack again. Instead, they all soared into the sky and went into the distance. It seemed that they were waiting for someone important. Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that a saint-level being had arrived? To be able to move the half-saints so much? Why do I feel a familiar aura? The Crimson Dragon's eyes flickered. Lin Xian looked at the Qi clan's ancestor and the others. The Qi clan's ancestor smiled bitterly. I have just recovered my strength. I do not know what is happening outside. However, at this moment, the half-saint said, I have heard that this young Master Yen is extremely powerful. He is the same as you, young master. He is also of the younger generation. However, it is said that he is the successor of a great emperor. He is extremely powerful. Among the half-saints, he is extremely terrifying. Moreover, he is the one with the highest chance of entering the saint realm. Moreover, this young Master Yen is walking the path of a great emperor. It is very likely that he will become a great emperor in the future. Therefore, many large clans and sects have placed their hopes on him. They are trying their best to please him. Young Master Yen is the successor of a great emperor. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have thought of someone. Moreover, it was someone familiar. The Crimson Dragon also whispered, It must be that brat. The successor of a great emperor. His influence is too terrifying. It can definitely move the half-saints. Are you guys not going to welcome him? At this moment, the Luo clan's ancestor spoke in a deep voice. The Qi clan's ancestor was stunned. The Luo clan's ancestor said, I will leave first. He soared into the sky and walked forward. Lin Gongzi, we do not dare to offend the successor of a great emperor. The Qi clan's ancestor and the others looked at Lin Xian and smiled bitterly. Chapter 3209. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Don't worry, you guys can go ahead. After hearing Lin Xian's words, the Qi family's patriarch, Jin Yuanzi and Xiao Wu stood up. In an instant, everyone went forward to welcome the newcomer. Only Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were stunned. Welcome that person. What a joke. The Crimson Dragon wouldn't, and neither would Lin Xian. In front of them, endless light shone, and the gray world was lit up again. Under the respectful and expectant gazes of countless people, a young figure flew over. His body shone brightly and his face was handsome. His aura was majestic, just like a heavenly emperor. Under his feet, there were 4 shadows of the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. They formed a path of light, carrying him as he flew over. The 4 divine beasts accompanied him. Heavens, this young Master Yen is incredible. He is definitely a future great emperor. Exclamations rang out one after another. The young martial artists looked at each other with envy. Some of the female geniuses even wanted to jump into his arms. Welcome, young Master Yen. The half-saints cupped their fists. An old man from the White Crane race walked over with a chuckle. Young Master Yen had arrived. Brother White Crane, you don't have to be so polite. Young Master Yen smiled. He looked at the old man and ignored the others. Young Master Yen, please. The White Crane family's patriarch smiled. Instantly, wherever he pointed, everyone backed away. The half-saints didn't dare to block his path. Yen Nantian took a step forward, and the 4 divine beasts circled around his feet, carrying him as he walked forward quickly. The White Crane family's patriarch followed beside him, followed by the White Crane family's experts, and then the half-saints from the other families and sections. Everyone followed behind him. It was a spectacular scene, as if they were welcoming a heavenly emperor. Humph, what a grand scene! A cold snort was heard from below. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. This guy is too pretentious. I really want to beat him up. His cold snort was very ear-piercing among the many compliments. In an instant, the half-saints were stunned. Heavens, who is this? He actually dared to provoke young Master Yen at this time? They looked down. When they saw Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, their expressions froze. This kid again? Earlier on, this kid was already acting recklessly by provoking the White Crane tribe. Was he trying to provoke young Master Yen now? This was the successor of a great emperor. Didn't you see that even the White Crane clan had to treat them with care? The White Crane clan naturally saw this as well. Immediately, they began to sneer coldly. This reckless kid dared to offend young Master Yen? Very well, let's see how he dies. Up ahead, young Master Yen stopped and frowned as he looked down. The next moment, he was surprised. Originally, he thought that it was some reckless person who dared to provoke him. However, when he saw the other party, he was stunned. It's you. He revealed a hint of surprise. The people of the White Crane clan were stunned. The other half-saints in the surroundings were also stunned. Heavens! Could it be that young Master Yen knew him? This was especially true for the people of the White Crane clan. Their hearts were beating wildly. That brat below couldn't be young Master Yen's friend, right? If that was the case, things would be difficult to handle. They had wanted to kill the other party before. They didn't expect to see him here. Lin Xian also felt a little strange because he knew the person who was being greeted by the crowd. It was Yen Nantian. At that time, he knew that Yen Nantian had already left the house of outstanding scholars in advance. He didn't expect him to appear here. Could it be that there was something in the abyss? Even the other party was attracted here. This made Lin Xian even more curious. They really knew each other. The surrounding half-saints exclaimed. No wonder this brat was so arrogant. It turned out that he knew Yen Nantian. Could it be that the two of them were friends? The eyelids of the people of the White Crane clan twitched wildly. The White Crane clan ancestor also asked carefully, Young Master Yen, is this your friend? He couldn't be considered a friend. Yen Nantian shook his head slightly with a trace of cold light in his eyes. The White Crane clan's old ancestor was extremely experienced. In an instant, he caught sight of the light. Immediately, he was shocked. It seemed that young Master Yen didn't like the brat below. Perhaps the two of them were sworn enemies. Thinking of this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Yen Nantian looked down, his eyes flickering with cold light. Did you come here to enter the abyss too? However, I advise you to go back. You can't possibly catch up to me. Yan Nanshan's voice was loud and clear. Below his feet, the phantoms of the four divine beasts danced. Previously in the true spirit world, he and Lin Xian were named as one of the 5 great geniuses. He was the South Emperor, and the other was the Central Emperor. However, he was very low-key at that time. Although his reputation was resounding, the number of times he really fought in front of the public was not many. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was different. Lin Xian rose to power and slaughtered his way through the world. Especially during the Dark Age, he single-handedly turned the tide and saved the entire human race. It could be said that after the Great Dark Turmoil, Lin Xian's reputation completely overshadowed the other 4 great geniuses. Perhaps even Yi Wudao couldn't be compared to him. As for him, he was even more inferior than him. At that time, people often compared and thought that Lin Xian was the one most likely to become a great emperor. How could Yan Nantian tolerate this? He was the successor of a great emperor. But fortunately, everything changed when he stepped on the ancient starry sky path. With the inheritance of a great emperor, he obtained countless mysterious methods. His strength advanced by leaps and bounds, and he finally reached the half-step sage realm in advance of the younger generation. And the laws he comprehended were numerous. Now he had already comprehended 4 law fragments. It could be said that he had surpassed everything. He was confident that he could shake off the other geniuses and become a great emperor. Now that he saw Lin Xian, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Follow in your footsteps. Who do you think you are to need me to follow you? Lin Xian stood proudly. Yan Nantian? It wasn't like he hadn't fought before. Although the other party had the inheritance of a great emperor, so what? When these words came out, everyone's scalps went numb. Heavens, this brat is provoking Yan Nantian again? It's unbelievable. The people of the White Crane clan were stunned. Then they were ecstatic. Someone came out and shouted coldly, "Shut up, Lin Wudi, are you courting death? How dare you provoke young Master Yan? What did you call him?" Yan Nantian frowned. Lin Wudi? This name made him very unhappy. Reporting to young Master Yan, "This person calls himself Lin Wudi. We originally thought that he was your friend, but we didn't expect him to be so reckless. Young Master, do you need us to take action?" The people of the White Crane clan quickly asked. Calling himself Lin Wudi? Yan Nantian was stunned, then he sneered. "Lin Xian, you're too arrogant. There are so many powerhouses on the ancient starry sky path. Even I don't dare to call myself Wudi. And you dare to call yourself Lin Wudi? You don't dare because you can't. But I'm different." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Chapter 3210. Without an invincible heart, how could one walk the path of the future? How reckless! Yan Nantian shook his head slightly, ignoring him. He retracted his gaze from Lin Xian. In his opinion, Lin Xian was too arrogant. Invincible. Only after becoming a great emperor would he dare to say that. Before that, who would dare to call themselves invincible? If he did not dare, the half-sages would not dare either. The sages would not dare either. Even the princes and princesses would not dare to do so. How could he call himself invincible? Why? Such an arrogant person would die on the ancient path of the stars sooner or later. Therefore, Yan Nantian did not need to pay attention to him. Hee, kid, you really don't know what's good for you. How dare you offend young Master Yan? Young Master Yan is the successor of a great emperor. Until now, he has comprehended 4 types of laws. Can you compare? That's right. How dare you call yourself invincible? Who do you think you are? The elites of the White Crane tribe sneered. They followed Yan Nantian into the distance. As soon as he said that, the Qi family patriarch and the others felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. For types of laws? What a surprise! Indeed, to this extent, Yan Nantian had indeed surpassed him. But so what? Yantian was only a half-sage now. He had comprehended 4 types of laws at most. Although he had 2 more than him, Lin Xian was confident that he would not fear Yantian even if they fought. In fact, he could even suppress Yantian. After all, although he only had 2 types of laws, he had the great dragon sword soul. The power of these 2 types of laws was terrifying. He was confident that he could fight a sage. Where were they going? The Crimson Dragon was also very surprised. These people seemed to have some purpose. Come, let's follow them and see. Lin Xian waved his hand and stepped into the air with the Crimson Dragon, walking forward. The Qi family patriarch and the others thought for a while, then gritted their teeth and followed. Yantian walked forward, surrounded by a group of people. Soon he stopped in the void and looked down. There was an endless abyss below, as if it was connected to hell. These half-sages felt their scalps go numb. Yantian's eyes flashed. It was about time to open. As soon as he said that, the other half-sages felt their hearts burn. Have you all gathered the invitation letters of the abyss? Although there aren't many, it's enough for me to go in this time. This time I can bring a few disciples with me to give it a try. The half-sages began to talk in low voices. Of the abyss, invitation of the abyss? Invitation of the invitation? Could it be that someone wanted to send out an invitation? Yes. You. Invitation of... The people from the White Crane clan sneered. You don't even have an invitation, and you dare to come here? Too. At that moment, a young man from the White Crane clan waved his arm. In his hand was a gray-white invitation card. There was a ghostly face drawn on the front and an endless abyss on the back. See, this is the invitation letter. You don't even have it, and you want to enter the abyss? What a joke. Buzz. Ah. A sword light flashed and split the young man. The next moment, a flaming hand enveloped the invitation letter and delivered it to Lin Xian. Now he had it. Lin Xian killed the other party with a sword and then held the gray-white invitation letter. He narrowed his eyes. Was this the invitation letter of the abyss? With it he could enter the abyss. Damn, brat, you're courting death. The people of the White Crane clan were crazy. Damn you, you're too despicable. You killed another one of their prodigies. Lin Xian ignored the roars of the White Crane clan. He looked at the Crimson Dragon. Ruse along. Think of a way to get one too. I think the White Crane clan should have many more invitation letters. Hee, I have the same plan. The Crimson Dragon's eyes moved. Suddenly he attacked. You're courting death. The middle-aged half-sage who attacked Lin Xian previously could no longer hold back and attacked crazily. The battle between the 2 half-sages was earth-shattering. In an instant, the surrounding people retreated again. Yantian stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He frowned slightly when he saw the scene. This dragon and Lin Xian were too arrogant. However, he had not made a move yet, because it was inconvenient for him to make a move now. His target was the abyss below. The Crimson Dragon and the half-sage fought fiercely. In the end, the half-sage of the White Crane clan screamed and his body exploded. Buzz! The Crimson Dragon directly grabbed an invitation letter from the other party's body and roared. Haha, Ben Huang has one too. Damn it! Damn it! The powerhouses of the White Crane clan roared. However, they did not dare to make a move rashly. They realized that the dragon's death was too terrifying. They were not confident unless they attacked together. However, they also had to prepare to enter the abyss. If they attacked now, they would be in a passive position in the abyss. Damn it, let's not care about those 2 anymore. Our main task is to enter the abyss. This time, we must get a good ranking in the abyss. The powerhouses of the White Crane clan gritted their teeth. The Qi family's patriarch and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They did not prepare any invitation letters. Moreover, they did not know about it before. Could it be that there was no hope for them to enter this time? The invitation letters were obtained by killing the Een ghosts that fell into the abyss. If you want it, you can kill some Een ghosts. You might have a chance to get it. At this moment, someone sent a voice transmission to Jean Yuanzi. It was one of Jean Yuanzi's friends. Jean Yuanzi's eyes lit up when he heard this. He quickly told the Qi family's patriarch and the others. At the same time, he also sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian. They were ready to give it a try. Lin Xian was even more curious. What was in the abyss? Why did it attract so many half-sages? Even Yan Nantian was attracted to it. Also, what was the use of the invitation letter? However, he soon understood. The ground below split open again, and the entrance to the abyss appeared as if it was going to swallow them. Boom! 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 On the other side of the big crack, a grayish-white stone tablet slowly stretched out. The stone tablet was very tall, and it was densely covered with names. If one took a closer look, they would realize that the names were of different colors. The names at the top were purple. They exuded an extremely noble aura. Imperial Mausoleum, Long Tianjiao, Yen Ruyu, Zhao Wuliang, Northern Yao. These were the names of the people at the front. Their names were all purple. Lin Xian saw two familiar faces, Yen Ruyu and Northern Yao. It seemed that the two of them had also entered and obtained good results. Lin Xian was shocked. The other half-sages around him exclaimed, "Heavens, they were indeed the top elites and elites." Were these people famous? There were also some young martial artists who came with the patriarch, so they did not know the names on the tablets. Chapter 32:11. A half-saint ancestor took a deep breath and explained to his juniors. The names on the stone tablet all had great backgrounds, and some were not weaker than young Master Yin. Some were even stronger than young Master Yin. What? Stronger than young Master Yin? The young geniuses were shocked when they heard this. Some of them had just stepped onto the ancient path of the stars, while others had not and were preparing. The most powerful expert they knew was the successor of a great emperor, Yan Nantian. He had comprehended 4 law fragments. Such a person was so powerful. Don't you see that even their patriarchs respect the other party? But now they knew that there was someone even stronger than Yan Nantian on the stone tablet. Just how terrifying was the heavens. You underestimated the universe. There was more than one successor of a great emperor on the ancient path of the stars. Other successors of great emperors would appear as well. Moreover, they might awaken earlier than young Master Yin. Other descendants of great emperors would appear as well. Lin Xian was also shocked when he heard this. It seemed that the first-ranked imperial mausoleum was extremely unusual. He was getting more and more interested in the abyss. Buzz. Someone moved in front. The first to enter was not Yan Nantian, but a powerhouse of the White Crane race. The half-saint raised the invitation letter in his hand and wrote his name on it with his blood. Then he let go of the invitation letter, and it sank into the stone tablet. The abyss below shone brightly and enveloped him. In the next moment, the half-saint completely disappeared into the abyss. The White Crane clan and the surrounding half-sages waited anxiously. They stared at the tall stone tablet in front of them, as if they wanted to see the other party's name. Should they go up? After waiting for half an hour, the space in front of them rippled, and the half-saint who had entered before walked out. His face was gloomy. He came out. The surrounding people were stunned. The half-saint of the White Crane race exclaimed, "Damn it, how could there be no name? How is this possible? Which level did you enter?" They asked hurriedly. The half-saint's face was ugly and he sighed. "I only entered the 4th level. I was still a bit away from the 5th level, only the 4th level." Many half-saints were stunned. They also knew that this half-saint of the White Crane clan was very powerful. Among them, he was considered to be above average. However, such a person was only able to reach the 4th floor. He did not even manage to reach the 5th floor. In fact, he was not even qualified to leave his name on the stele. This really shocked them. Could it be that the abyss was really that terrifying? On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The 4th floor didn't have the right to carve their names. so it seemed like the next floor was some sort of challenge. He guessed in his heart, "I'll go." At this moment, a young-looking expert from the White Crane clan walked out. He looked to be in his 30s and had a powerful aura. However, his actual age was already more than 1,500 years old. It was just that he had a way to retain his youthful looks. He also used his blood to write his name on the Abyss invitation letter. Then he placed the invitation letter on the stone stele. Then his body also entered the abyss below. This time it took a longer time. When he came out, countless people cried out in surprise. His name finally appeared. Sure enough, Lin Xian also noticed that there was one more white name at the bottom of the stone stele. It seemed that it was the person who had just entered. The expert from the White Crane clan who came out also looked a little upset when he saw the scene. Although his name was on the stone stele, it seemed to be at the lowest level. How could he, who had always been proud, tolerate this? "Which floor did you enter?" The White Crane clan's ancestor hurriedly asked. "The 7th floor." Next, some other half-saints entered. In addition to the White Crane clan, there were half-saints from other clans and sects who entered one after another. Even some young martial artists entered. For example, there were 2 young martial artists from the White Crane clan who entered. However, the speed at which they came out was very fast. The 2 of them looked very upset. One of them did not even pass the 1st floor, while the other only passed the 1st floor and was defeated on the 2nd floor. Seeing the scene, the other martial artists who had comprehended something close to Tao shook their heads and sighed. It seemed that there was no hope. Perhaps only half-saints could write their names on the stone stele. After looking at it for so long, Lin Xian also understood what was written. This should be an extremely important trial ground on the ancient Starry Sky path. Those who entered the 5th floor and below were not qualified to have their names engraved. Those who entered the 5th floor and above were qualified. However, the 5th floor to the 10th floor should be the lowest level and belong to the category of white names. Above the 10th floor there were other colors. According to his observation, he found that every 5th floor should be considered a level. He found that some people who passed the 10th floor and above had a look of joy after returning. Obviously, they had received some kind of benefit. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes burned with passion. The crimson dragon at the side was also eager to give it a try. At this moment, everyone exclaimed because they found that a person's name had appeared on the stone stele, and that name was Orange. Among all the names, Orange was considered to be the best because there were a total of 5 colors on the stone stele. Purple was the best of all. Then there was Orange. The middle was blue, green, and the last was white. Orange could be said to be second only to purple. This scene really stunned the half-saints. Heavens! That must be the elite of the Tiger Dragon tribe. Yes, it's him. I know him. He's very powerful, and he also walked the ancient path of stars this time. They didn't expect him to be so powerful. It seemed that he had reached the 15th floor, but as for which floor he had reached, they didn't know yet. After the elite of the Tiger Dragon tribe came out, he looked up to the sky and laughed. He was really too excited. Although he couldn't be compared to the best, he could be said to be very powerful. Other than Yan Nantian, Lin Xian, and the others, everyone else was envious, because this was the highest one so far. Most people had white, green, and blue names. There were very few of them. Not to mention it was Orange. Buzz! At this moment, Yan Nantian made his move. His movement immediately attracted everyone's attention. Heavens! Young Master Yan was about to make his move. Young Master Yan's name was definitely purple. That was for sure. But they didn't know where his name would be ranked. Although they were all purple names, there was a hierarchy. For example, the first name now was Dealing. They didn't know where Yan Nantian would be ranked. Chapter 30-12. Even Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Although he was not afraid of Yan Nantian, he had to admit that Yan Nantian was indeed an expert. Moreover, the successor of a great emperor was definitely not to be underestimated. Buzz. Yen Nantian entered under everyone's expectant gazes. The others began to discuss. Buzz. At this moment, there was another fluctuation in the distance. Figures flew over quickly from afar, bringing with them a powerful aura. As soon as they arrived, they let out a long whistle. Has it already begun? It doesn't matter. Even if it has begun, we can continue. The arrival of these people attracted the attention of the half-saints in front. In the next moment, they all turned their heads. Soon, someone exclaimed in surprise, Wang Qin, Jibai, Yu Heng and his brothers. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Oh my God, these were all very famous experts on the ancient path of the starry sky. They were all here. This time, there were not many people, only a few dozen. However, without exception, every one of them was an expert. Every one of them shocked the half-saints here. This was because these people were experts on the ancient path of the starry sky. They had set foot on the ancient path of the starry sky long ago and made a name for themselves on the ancient path of the starry sky. They did not expect that they would also come here this time. Wang Chen's name was Orange, and he was ranked 26th. His strength could be said to be very strong. Ji Bai was very terrifying, and he was ranked 19th in Orange. Yu Heng and his brothers were also very terrifying. They were all experts with orange names. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, while the others were shocked. These people's names were all on the stone tablet. It was obvious that they had been here before and had done well. This time he should be breaking in again, right? In other words, they could come here more than once. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He wondered if there would be any other rewards if he came again. There should be. Otherwise, these people would not have come. He looked at the black stone tablet. On the black stone tablet, there were a total of 11 people with purple names and 49 people with orange names. Although the ranking changed, the color of the name would not change. For example, before Yen Nantian, there were 10 people with purple names. After Yen Nantian, there were 11 names. As for the names below orange, he did not pay attention to them. There were a lot of people there. Although they were all top-notch experts in the outside world, they were still nothing in his eyes. In fact, he didn't even care about the people in front of him. Who was the one who went in? A burly man said coldly. His name was Dongfang Yi, and he was also a genius with an orange name. The half-saint who was being questioned shivered and forced himself to answer. It was young Master Yen. Young Master Yen? Which young Master Yen? Dongfang Yi had a dissatisfied expression. It was Yen Nantian, young Master Yen. The half-saint at the front braced himself and said. When he said that, Dongfang Yi was stunned. The newcomers were also stunned. Yen Nantian, the successor of the legendary Great Emperor? Who would have thought that he would come as well? Behind him, Ji Bai, Yu Heng, and the others had solemn expressions as well. They could disregard the others, but they had no choice but to be careful when dealing with the successor of a great emperor. All of a sudden, the expressions of these people turned incomparably grave. They were also waiting quietly, wondering what rank Yen Nantian would achieve. Yen Nantian had been in there for a very long time, longer than all the others combined. Evidently, the other party's ranking would also be very high. Now, these experts already knew that Yen Nantian should be able to obtain a purple name. But what rank would he be among the purple names? That was not certain. Kid, the northern demon, is also impressive. He could be ranked 5th here not long after leaving the extraordinary warrior mansion. Obviously, he had a fortuitous encounter. He should have entered the half-saint realm long ago. The Crimson Dragon said in a low voice. Lin Xian nodded his head after hearing that. That was indeed the case. Previously at the outstanding warrior mansion, he had even defeated the North Demon in a domineering manner. At that time, he and the Northern Demon were both martial artists who were close to Dao. Unexpectedly, not only had he become a half-saint in such a short time, but the Northern Demon had also become a half-saint. It seemed that these geniuses all had their own fortuitous encounters. However, Lin Xian was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone, no matter if it was the Northern Demon or Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian hadn't come out yet. At this moment, another voice came from the sky. Everyone turned their heads to look. The surrounding half-saints trembled. What a terrifying aura! Ji Bai, Wang Hao, and the others narrowed their eyes. Lu Mu, it's you. You're here too. These people's voices were trembling. What? Lu Mu. Hearing this, the surrounding half-saints' faces changed. They all turned their heads to look at the huge stone tablet in front of them. In the next moment, they saw a purple name. The person ranked 9th was Lu Mu. Oh my God, a top genius with a purple name is here too? No way is Lu Mu going to be ranked again. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Mu's eyes flickered. I don't plan to enter again. This time, I'm here to take a test with me. Junior sister, come out. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman walked out from behind Lu Mu. She was very beautiful. Her aura was also terrifying. She had also reached the half-saint realm. Obviously, she was also a young genius and Lu Mu's junior sister. Yu, when Yan Nantian comes out later, you can go and take the test. Lu Mu said in a deep voice. Yes, senior brother. Yu, who was beside him, responded with a smile. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked around curiously. However, it was merely a fight. She did not discover anyone capable of surpassing the senior brother beside her. Therefore, she snorted softly and looked away. Not long after, there was a rumbling sound from the abyss below. A figure, like a celestial emperor, rushed up quickly. At the same time, the names on the stone tablet changed. Another purple name appeared on the screen. Not only that, the top 3 names didn't change. Zhao Wuliang, who was ranked 4th, dropped 1 place. The new 4th place was Yan Nantian. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The surrounding half-saints were shocked. Wang Qin, Ji Bai, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. The pupils of Yu Heng and his brothers shrank. Another purple name appeared. Moreover, someone had made it into the top 5 and was ranked 4th. This Yan Nantian was too terrifying. Yes, he was indeed the successor of the great emperor. He was still very young and had unlimited potential. In a few years, his ranking might go even further. Yu exclaimed and covered her cherry mouth with her hand. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. He was ranked 4th. He had surpassed senior brother. The other half-saints were also silent. It was indeed so. Lu Mu was very terrifying, but he was only ranked 9th in the purple name. Now, Yan Nantian was ranked 4th in the purple name. However, Lu Mu was extremely calm and didn't seem to be surprised. He said coldly, "This is my ranking from nearly 60 years ago. In these 60 years, I've been improving every day. Do you think that with my current strength I'm only ranked 9th? Chapter 32:13. What? That was the ranking 60 years ago. The others were even more shocked. A top heaven's pride like Lu Mu was really improving every day. The change in 1 year was already very big, let alone 60 years. No wonder he was so calm. His strength had already reached an unfathomable level. Oh, really? Then why don't you re-enter the abyss and re-rank? Don't you dare? Yan Nantian flew into the sky and sneered when he heard Lu Mu's voice. In his opinion, Lu Mu was just jealous of him. You're Yan Nantian? Lu Mu turned and stared at Yan Nantian. His eyes shone with a cold light. Yan Nantian was surrounded by the 4 divine beasts, shining brightly. The next moment, an earth-shattering energy burst out. Invisible cracks spread in all directions. For a moment, the surrounding half-saints felt their scalps go numb. It was too terrifying. Just the collision of their gazes could shatter the world. If the 2 of them fought, they would all be in trouble. Are you the successor of the great emperor? Although you are talented and lucky, you are too young. Lu Mu put his hands behind his back and said proudly, I have my reasons for not re-ranking. I am afraid of being targeted. Do you think I am afraid of you? The moment Xiao Qin said that, the many half-sages were confused. Afraid of being targeted by others? Who was it? Is there anyone that Lu Mu is afraid of? They were puzzled. Lin Xian also frowned. It seems that the higher the ranking, the better. Yan Nantian snorted. It is useless to say more. In my opinion, you are just quibbling. Do you dare to fight with me? The 4 divine beasts around him became more and more terrifying. He was like a banished immortal who had descended to the mortal world. His powerful aura made the half-saints around him retreat continuously. Fight with you? Well, let me see what you are capable of, the successor of the great emperor. Lu Mu laughed loudly as he soared into the air and flew into the distance. Yan Nantian paused. The 4 divine beasts carried him and flew out as well. The surrounding half-saints were all stunned. Heaven? Are the 2 top geniuses going to fight? It is really shocking. Let's go and see. Many half-saints were excited. Such a top-notch battle was not something that could be seen normally. However, in the next moment, these half-saints flew back. An extremely terrifying energy came from the front and sent these people flying. They knew that it was impossible to forcibly watch the battle between the 2 of them, unless there was a sage or a genius expert of similar strength. Only then would they be able to watch the battle. This made them feel extremely regretful. Even Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the others turned pale. That surge of power made their hearts tremble. However, there were a few people among them who soared into the sky. They used powerful semi-sage tools, formations, and magical treasures to force their way through. There was still a portion of people who stayed behind to prepare for the upcoming test. Lin Xian's gaze was like a rainbow as he looked into the distance. However, he soon withdrew his gaze. He did not go to watch the battle. This was because he was also extremely curious about the abyss below. Now that he had an invitation to the abyss in his hand, he naturally wanted to go in and experience it. Since they couldn't watch the battle between Yan Nantian and Lu Mu, they could only give up. He began to deal with it with all his might, and the following tests would be carried out. After the people who had fallen into the abyss walked out, all eyes were on Yu. This was because Lu Mu had said that he would let Yu take the test after the people inside came out. Although there were others who wanted to go in, they did not dare to do so when Yu did not move. Fairy Yu, it's your turn. Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the others said. Yu's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked into the distance. There's no hurry. I want to wait a little longer. Wang Chen and the others' hearts skipped a beat. They found that Yu was looking into the distance where Yan Nantian and Ji Bai were fighting. It seemed that she was worried about her senior brother. After all, his opponent was the successor of a great emperor. In that case, I won't hold back. The eldest of the 3 Yu Hung brothers laughed and wanted to enter the abyss below. At the same time, Wang Qin and Ji Bai's eyes were sharp. The 3 of them moved, wanting to seize the opportunity. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. This was because they found that there was a figure who was even faster than them. He had already entered the abyss below. Damn it, what's going on? How can this person be so fast? Wang Qin frowned. Next to him, a half-saint exclaimed, No, that kid seemed to have moved early in the morning before Fairy Yu spoke. What? This kid dares to fight with Fairy Yu for a spot. He doesn't know what's good for him. Indeed, fighting with Fairy Yu for a spot is going against Lu Mu. Does this kid really want to die? The eldest of the 3 Yu Hung brothers immediately roared. Fairy Yu, I'll take this person down for you. He was the one who wanted to kill the other party, but he said that he was standing up for Fairy Yu. This was obviously to curry favor with Lu Mu. Buzz! The eldest of the 3 Yu Hung brothers attacked. Endless law fragments appeared on his body, turning into a long saber that slashed downward. This saber was like the Milky Way descending with a strong killing intent. It wanted to split the figure below in half. "Oh no, the departing river saber," many people exclaimed. This was the ultimate move of the three Yu Hung brothers. Their first move was a killing move. It was obvious that they wanted to kill the person below. However, was the person below so easy to kill? The three Yu Hung brothers did not know who he was, but the half-saints around them knew who he was. Previously, he had dared to challenge the White Crane clan and killed 3 of their top prodigies in public. Such a ruthless person was definitely not to be trifled with. Indeed, below, Lin Xian frowned, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Since he had already received the invitation, he naturally had to go down and test himself. As for Lu Mu's words, he did not take them to heart. Who was Lu Mu? Who would dare to stop him on the path he wanted to take? However, there was someone who did not know what was good for him and dared to stop him. Lin Xian turned his head and waved his hand. Endless law fragments danced in front of him, forming a large spatial rift that directly swallowed the terrifying saber light. "You dare to stop me?" Lin Xian said coldly. "Swallowed." The eldest of the 3 Yu Hung brothers frowned. He did not expect the other party to be able to resolve his move so easily. After all, he was a half-saint. Moreover, he was ranked 24th among the Orange names. His strength was extremely powerful. Not many people present were capable of contending against him. However, the other party had done it so easily. "Who is this person?" "Kid, who are you? Didn't you hear what I said? This spot is for Fairy Yu Yu. Who do you think you are? How dare you snatch it?" Although he could not guess the other party's strength, so what? He did not believe that the other party dared to fight against Lu Mu. "Buzz!" Lin Xian did not answer at all. His reaction was to attack. A piercingly cold sword light soared into the sky like a fire dragon, ferociously roaring in all directions. Instantly, it charged towards the eldest of the 3 Yu Hung brothers. Chapter 32:14. You're courting death. The eldest of the 3 Yu Hung brothers was enraged. He did not expect that the other party would not answer him at all and directly attack him. "Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you think that you can contend against me just because you managed to block one of my attacks? You overestimate yourself. Today, I'll let you see my power." With a furious roar, light flickered on his body, and a large saber appeared in his hand, releasing a terrifying light. The terrifying killing intent on his body was like a storm that swept out in all directions. "I don't care who you are. How dare you provoke me? I'll destroy you with one strike." The eldest of the 3 Yu Hung brothers waved the long saber in his hand, and wind and thunder immediately erupted. Like a lightning tribulation, the surroundings were accompanied by terrifying phantoms of laws. The law of lightning. It was violent and could destroy everything. With a slash of the saber, terrifying thunder exploded in the void like a heavenly tribulation, incomparably mighty. The hearts of the surrounding half-saints pounded wildly. They knew that the eldest of the 3 Yu Hung brothers was furious. The eldest of the 3 Yu Hung brothers did not hold back with this strike. He wanted to kill Lin Xian in a domineering manner to raise his reputation. Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the experts of the White Crane race also had grave expressions when they saw the scene. One had to admit that this saber was really too fierce, making them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and his face was gloomy. Facing the saber, he did not dodge at all. Instead, a terrifying sword intent rose from his body. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Buzz! Countless flames jumped on his body, forming a sea of fire. The saber slashed into the sea of fire and was burned fiercely. Its speed slowed down as if it was about to melt. Lin Xian stood in the air, looking like a god of fire. He watched the scene with cold eyes. "Is this your attack? You can't even withstand a single blow. Have a taste of my sword technique." He condensed a law sword in his hand and slashed out. The eldest of the three Yu Hung brothers originally had a disdainful expression, but when he sensed the sharpness of this sword, his expression changed. Damn it, how can it be so powerful? Scram! He roared like a madman and did not hold back. The law of lightning fragments wildly danced, forming a lightning saber that was tens of thousands of miles long that descended from the sky. The surrounding void split open, accompanied by hundreds of thousands of thunderbolts that descended together. Boom! Unparalleled light exploded in the void. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian's sword of law. This sword directly pierced through the lightning that filled the sky and shattered the terrifying saber light. Moreover, he slashed the eldest of the three brothers into two with a single sword strike. Puff! Ah! The eldest of the three Yu Hung brothers screamed like he had gone mad. His eyes were filled with deep terror. His broken body wanted to reassemble itself. However, a terrifying dragon roar sounded from within the sword aura. The sword soul erupted, forming a terrifying sword ripple that once again slashed the broken body into pieces. Even his soul was seriously injured. Ah, I was wrong. Stay your hand. Boss Yu Hung screamed like he had gone mad. His eyes were filled with terror. It was too terrifying. He wasn't a match for his opponent at all. His opponent was actually a peak half-saint. Hold back? Lin Xian sneered. Do you think I'll hold back just because you say so? Just now, when you killed me with one saber strike, did you think of holding back? Lin Xian was unmoved. The fragments of the law of fire gathered a monstrous fire. This fire was too terrifying. It was as if it wanted to burn the other party to ashes. Amidst the raging fire, Boss Yu Heng was incomparably miserable. He hurriedly knelt in the flames. Young master, please spare me. I was wrong for attacking you rashly. I'm here to apologize to you. At the same time, I'll offer you a Dharma treasure. This is the lightning strike wood. It's formed in the lightning tribulation and is abnormally precious. It has the aura of the great Tao on it. I'll give it to you now in exchange for my life. Big brother. The second and third brothers of the Yu Hung family were also enraged. They rushed over like they had gone mad. Big brother, let's join forces. I don't believe we can't kill him. The two of them roared like they had gone mad. But Boss Yu Hung quickly transmitted his voice. Stop, don't be rash. The three of us can indeed kill him if we join forces. But when the two of you attack, I'll probably be killed by him. So, wait for me to come out first, then deal with this brat. Hearing Boss's transmission, second and third brothers stopped in their tracks. Their eyes bloomed with monstrous fury as they stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's brows twitched. The lightning strike wood. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the section of lightning strike wood. Then he looked at Boss, who was kneeling in midair, and said coldly, This time I'll spare your life. The next time you dare to be disrespectful to me, I'll directly destroy your body and soul. Ruse along. This thing should be useful to you. Lin Xian turned around and handed the lightning strike wood to the Crimson Dragon. After the Crimson Dragon received it, he grinned. Ha ha! It indeed contains the power of lightning. Great, brat. I'll accept this thing without hesitation. The Crimson Dragon cultivated the law of lightning. This lightning strike wood was very useful to him. Lin Xian's figure changed, and he quickly descended towards the abyss below. Soon, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Boss, are you all right? Second and third brothers of Alioth rushed over. Boss of Alioth's face was extremely pale. He quickly recovered his body and swallowed a pill. On the other side, after Lin Xian fell into the abyss, he was enveloped by a grayish-white aura. At the same time, the grayish-white aura in front of him formed a jade pendant that was stuck between his eyebrows. This stunned Lin Xian, but he did not resist. This was because he felt that the jade pendant was not a threat to him. Instead, it seemed to be protecting him. Soon, Lin Xian stopped descending. He looked around him. The surroundings were gray. There was a grayish-white staircase in front of him that led to a mysterious door. However, he did not know what was inside. Since he was here, Lin Xian did not think too much and strode in. There was a large hall inside. It was very large and spacious. The surroundings were simple and unadorned, with a mysterious aura. Buzz! Suddenly, a figure appeared in the palace. It was a figure in a gray robe. The Taoist robe reached the ground, and he was wearing a cloak. It was impossible to see what he looked like. He could only see a pair of eyes that seemed to be flickering with a cold light, like will-o'-the-wisps. Lin Xian did not feel any mysterious aura from the other party. This made him suspect that the other party was not human, or a puppet. Trial taker, welcome to the falling abyss. A hoarse and low voice sounded, echoing in the hall. Now the first stage began. As the voice fell, the void in front of him tumbled. Countless grayish-white aura, carrying a mysterious power, condensed into a figure. Su Qin was stunned. He felt the power of laws from the mysterious power. It seemed that the falling abyss was not simple. He wondered what his opponent was. Soon he saw it. It was a black monster with a human body and a leopard's head. It had a total of 4 arms and a huge head that was extremely ferocious. There was a terrifying aura on its body, and there were terrifying fragments of laws surrounding it. Lin Xian could clearly sense that it was the fire precept. The first stage was a half-saint with a fragment of laws. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. It was no wonder that the ordinary half-saints outside could not pass through a few stages. Chapter 32:15. If the first stage was already so terrifying, how powerful would the next few stages be? However, Bian Xian didn't care. The law of fire? He was also good at it. The law fragments danced and condensed into a law sword, which was held in Lin Xian's hand. On the other side, the black leopard also took the form of a large black bow. Countless fragments of the law of fire danced at his fingertips, forming a black flame that danced and turned into an arrow. Then, the leopard knocked the black arrow on the bow, and the aura on his body erupted. With a buzz, the arrow flew out. Lin Xian roared, his divine body bloomed, and the great dragon sword soul in his body roared. He took a step forward, turned into a fiend godlike shadow, and rushed over. The law sword flickered in the air, cutting the void. After a strike, a sonorous sound rang out. The 2 types of flame fragments in the void kept colliding, erupting into a phenomenon of heaven and earth. As for Lin Xian, he sheathed his sword. Puff! The black leopard was split in half, and its body couldn't be reassembled at all. His voice turned into black flames, burning fiercely. Then it formed a black door. Congratulations, you've passed the first stage. Next, it was the second stage of the assessment. The gray-robed man next to him said coldly. Lin Xian walked into the black door and then disappeared. The next moment he appeared again. He was still surrounded by an empty hall, ancient and mysterious, very similar to the first level. There was even someone next to him. Lin Xian suspected that he didn't leave at all, but at this time his opponent changed. It was no longer a gray leopard, but an even more terrifying existence. The opponent's aura was much more terrifying than the black leopard on the first level. Kill! Lin Xian didn't hesitate and resolutely used all his strength to kill. In this trial, Lin Xian used his strongest state to deal with it. He was curious to see how far he could go. The second stage, the third stage, and the fourth stage. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. Within 3 moves, he could easily kill his opponent. Of course, Lin Xian didn't hold back at all. The great dragon sword soul, 2 law fragments, and a powerful physique made his strength incomparably powerful. Just like that, Lin Xian made his way through with great momentum. Outside, Boss Yuheng opened his eyes. He was barely able to stop his injuries. However, his expression was incomparably ugly. After such a battle, it would be very difficult for him to reach his peak in a short period of time. If that was the case, the results of his test in the abyss wouldn't be obvious at all. Perhaps his ranking might even drop. This was unbearable for him. Damn it! Damn it! Eldest brother Yu Hong was so angry that he vomited blood. Beside him, second brother and third brother said, "Big brother, that brat is too hateful. When he comes out, we must join hands and kill him. Yes, that's right. He was too arrogant. He actually dared to injure big brother. No matter how powerful he is not a match for us three brothers." Yu Hong and his brothers gnashed their teeth. The surrounding experts felt their scalps go numb. This was because Lin Xian was simply too domineering. He defeated boss Yu Hong so easily. They were all guessing what level this brat could reach. They didn't know that boss Yu Hong was ranked 24th in the orange rank. That brat could defeat him so easily. They estimated that he could at least rush to the top 10 in the orange rank. Yes, it wouldn't even be a problem for him to rush to the top 5 in the orange rank. However, as for whether he could reach the purple rank, they didn't know. It was hard to say. Those who reached the purple rank were all earth-shattering, peerless experts, without exception. They were either the successors of great emperors, possessed mysterious and powerful bloodlines, or had terrifying magic treasures. Didn't they see that the successor of a great emperor only got 4th that day? No matter how powerful that brat was, it would probably be very difficult for him to reach the purple rank. That was indeed the case. This was what everyone thought. The people of the White Crane clan had gloomy expressions. That was because the other party's limelight was too strong. They had to think of a way to suppress him. "Boss, should we ask for the Thunderstrike would back first?" Third brother asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, boss Yu Hang's eyes shone with a cold light. He stared at the crimson dragon in the distance. If he wasn't wrong, Lin Xian had given the Thunderstrike wood to that dragon. "All right, I'll snatch it back first." Boss Yu Hang gritted his teeth. How could he give something as precious as the Thunderstrike wood to the other party? If it wasn't to save his life, he wouldn't have taken it out even if he was beaten to death. That was the key treasure for him to comprehend the laws. Buzz! He stood up. Second brother and third brother beside him also stood up. The three of them had powerful auras. They were like gods and demons as they quickly walked towards the crimson dragon. "Oh my, what? You're not convinced? You want to fight your grandpa dragon?" The crimson dragon sneered when he saw this. How could he not know what the three of them were thinking? "Damn it, hand over the Thunderstrike wood. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning you into meat skewers." "Ha ha! How dare you threaten Ben Huang?" The crimson dragon also used the terrifying law of lightning. The surrounding half-saints all turned their heads. The heavens wanted to watch another battle? From the looks of it, the three Yu Hung brothers had joined forces this time. Could this dragon stop them? "Damn it! You want to bully me with numbers?" The crimson dragon's eyes turned. He could see that the abyss below was not ordinary. To achieve good results, he had to be in peak condition. If he fought with the other party now, he would probably be at a disadvantage when he entered the trial later. Therefore, the crimson dragon did not plan to make a move. He roared, and the dragon's roar pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. "This is the nest of 10,000 dragons. You dare to touch me? The dragon race will not let you off." The crimson dragon was indeed part of the dragon race. As for the nest of 10,000 dragons, he made it up casually. The purpose was to intimidate the other party. As expected, the three Yu Hong brothers stopped when they heard this. The surrounding half-saints also exclaimed, "Nest of 10,000 dragons? Could it be that the nest of 10,000 dragons was the dragon race's holy land? It was said that there had been a Dharch there. Did this dragon really come from the nest of 10,000 dragons? No wonder. No wonder he was so powerful and could still walk with that kid. Thinking about it, that kid should also be related to the nest of 10,000 dragons." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The three Yu Hung brothers' expressions were even more uncertain. They had naturally heard of the nest of 10,000 dragons. It was a very huge force in the myriad worlds. If the other party really came from the nest of 10,000 dragons, they really did not dare to make a move. Thinking of this, the second and third brothers asked, "Boss, what should we do?" Yu Heng's face was gloomy. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's spare it this time. We'll wait for that kid to come out and attack him. The three of us will kill that kid." They did not dare to make a move against this dragon, but they did not have any scruples about Lin Xian. It was actually scared away. The Crimson Dragon was also surprised. He said the nest of 10,000 dragons, casually. After all, the nest of 10,000 dragons was only in the true spirit world. He wondered if the people in the myriad worlds had heard of it, but now it seemed that the other party had heard of it. Moreover, the nest of 10,000 dragons should be a very terrifying existence in the eyes of these people. Could it be that, in addition to the true spirit world, there was also a nest of 10,000 dragons in the myriad worlds, and it was an extremely terrifying existence? Chapter 32:16. The Crimson Dragon couldn't figure it out for the time being, but it made sense. The dragon clan had a heaven-defying bloodline and a terrifying inheritance. No matter where they were the absolute powerhouses. There was no doubt about that. That was why the other party was so terrifying. Without the threat next to him, the Crimson Dragon was completely relieved. He looked down at the falling abyss, wondering how far Lin Fan could go. Falling abyss, 5th level. His opponent this time was a dragon, a flying pterosaur. It spread its wings, carrying a terrifying power. This pterosaur had mastered the law of wind. As it flapped its wings, illusions appeared all over the sky. Moreover, its speed was extremely fast. It could almost reach Lin Xian's side in an instant and attack Lin Xian more than 100,000 times. What a fast speed! Lin Xian relied on the 9 suns' body to resist these attacks. The void trembled and thunder rumbled. The blood in his body boiled, then turned into a dragon shadow and rushed into the sky. What a terrifying speed! This speed was even faster than the half-saint black bat from before. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. His body was extremely strong, so he wasn't afraid of this speed at all. He could take it head-on. At the same time, 2 types of law power surged out and slashed forward. The law of fire was monstrous, enveloping the entire space. On the other side, the law of annihilation turned all the attacks into ashes. Under the pincer attack of the 2 forces, Lin Xian killed the pterosaur. Buzz! Lin Xian took a deep breath, and the law fragments all over the sky returned to his body. At this time, the gray-robed man next to him gently raised his hand and clapped. "Congratulations, you've passed the first stage." Accompanied by his applause, a gray door appeared in front of him again. Lin Xian walked in without hesitation. The next moment, he was teleported again. This time he came to the main hall. There was a change. In front of him was a statue, a flame statue. This flame statue was very tall, at least 100 feet tall, and terrifying flames were dancing. She was like a fire god. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the fire god statue in front of him. He was extremely shocked. He realized that there were 8 fire dragons coiling around the fire god's body. They were terrifying as if they were real dragons. What is this? He sensed a strange power from the fire god statue. This power caused his law of fire fragment to jump up and down. The law of fire, the true law of fire. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Could it be that this was the reward? He could comprehend the laws of fire. He was too shocked. Soon, he activated his heavenly fate god eyes. The plenilune seed in his left eye was twitching nonstop. At the same time, he quickly recalled the great Tao Insight Sutra. Soon, Lin Xian fell into a state of comprehension. This time, Lin Xian did not know how much time had passed. It was as if hundreds of years had passed. This made him extremely shocked. How could such a long time have passed? Previously, When Yen Nantian took the test, it didn't take long for him to come out. Yen Nantian had obtained a purple name, so the reward would definitely be substantial. But why did he come out so quickly? And he had been comprehending for such a long time? Could it be that the flow of time inside and outside was different? Thinking up to here, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Since that was the case, then he had no more worries. However, the comprehension this time was already over. It seemed that falling into the abyss only gave him one chance to comprehend. However, this time was already enough. He had the plenilune seed and great Tao insight, so comprehending was twice the result with half the effort. This time, it made his law of fire fragment become powerful again. This made him extremely shocked, and at the same time wild with joy. Lin Xian could feel that his strength had improved compared to before. Great, he was too excited. Turning around and entering the mysterious door behind him, Lin Xian left the Fire God Great Hall. The next moment he appeared again. This time it was the 6th level. Originally, each level was much more difficult than the previous one. The 6th level was naturally more difficult than the 5th level. However, Lin Xian's speed of breaking through was faster than the previous 5 levels, because his strength had improved. Once the law of fire appeared, the opponent could not withstand it at all. Therefore, Lin Xian's speed of breaking through to the 10th level was even faster than the previous 5 levels. After breaking through the 4th level, Lin Xian received the 2nd reward again. It was also a great hall, but this time it was not a fire god statue, but a tree. An incomparably mysterious ancient tree was rooted there. Powerful life force, like an undying tree. Could it be the law of wood? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This was great. Lin Xian had always wanted to comprehend the law of wood, because after comprehending the law of wood, one could possess powerful life force and terrifying recovery ability. Like the northern demon, previously it was the law of wood. It was easy for him to defeat the northern demon, but it would probably not be easy for him to completely kill the other party. After all, the law of wood, that life force, was seriously too powerful. This time, he must condense and form a law of wood fragment. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a piercing, cold light. He pushed the plenilune seed to the limit. This time, Lin Xian once again immersed himself in cultivation. To be honest, Lin Xian comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth much faster than other half-sages and geniuses, because he had 2 magic treasures. The great Tao insight scripture was the experience of a saint to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. The second was the plenilune seed. This was an even more precious treasure. One had to know that the plenilune seed was condensed from the plenilune wordless steel. The plenilune wordless steel was a divine steel of the prodigy manner. It had an extremely powerful auxiliary effect in comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eye together. The effect was really surprisingly good. Finally, Lin Xian comprehended the law of wood fragment this time. He felt that the longevity art in his body seemed to have been sublimated once. When it was activated, it brought him powerful life force. So powerful, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He felt that he seemed to have endless life force now. Great, I wonder what law will be next. Lin Xian was too excited. Soon, Lin Xian killed his way to the 15th level and killed the powerful enemies on the 15th level. This time it was the law of water. Should he comprehend it? This was Lin Xian's question. Lin Xian also knew that the cultivation of saints was roughly divided into 2 types. One was to comprehend the law of heaven and earth as much as possible. Such saints comprehended many laws, and their strength was also very powerful. However, there was another type of saint, and that was to only cultivate one law in their life. Although this sort of sage had only comprehended a few nomological laws, this one was extremely powerful and had reached an unfathomable level. Therefore, this kind of saint could be said to be very terrifying. Some could even cultivate a move to break all laws. Now, there were two paths in front of Lin Xian for Lin Xian to choose from. Chapter 32:17. Lin Xian pondered for a moment and prepared to comprehend the law of water without hesitation, because according to his speculation, this should be a law of the 5 elements. After comprehending it, he should be able to condense the law of the 5 elements. This way, he could condense a law of the 5 elements. Moreover, as long as he had any law of the 5 elements, he could break through and reach the true law of the 5 elements. In that way, his strength would increase exponentially. Moreover, Lin Xian had the Plenilun Seed and the Grand Tao Insight Scripture. If he gave up now, it would be a pity. Therefore, Lin Xian once again tried to comprehend the law of water. After an unknown number of years, Lin Xian condensed the law of water fragment. After the law of water fragment was formed, Lin Xian had already grasped for a law of the 5 elements. While his attack power was firm and fierce, there was also a kind of softness. It could be said that the combination of hardness and softness increased his attack power once again. There was also the law of earth and the law of metal to be comprehended together. Lin Xian clenched his fists. A trace of determination emerged in his eyes. He must comprehend the law of the 5 elements. Next, Lin Xian continued. Those people outside. While waiting, they discussed animatedly. This kid had gone in for so long, but he still hadn't come out. He wouldn't have entered the 20th floor, right? Someone guessed. It can't be, right? He could actually enter the 20th floor. That's impossible. Could it be that he also had the qualifications to enter the purple name list? When this news came out, everyone was in an uproar. There were a total of 11 purple names on the stone tablet, and every one of them was an earth-shattering, peerless genius. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Now there's going to be a new one. Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the rest had solemn expressions. Yu Heng and his brothers were extremely nervous. If the other party really entered the purple name list, then what revenge could they take? They had to run away quickly. However, the 3 of them did not leave, because they were betting. They did not believe that Lin Xian could enter the purple name list. Maybe the time he took to pass the test was longer. They could only comfort themselves like this. Falling into the abyss, Lin Xian still passed the 20th floor. This time he used an unknown amount of time to comprehend the law of the 5 elements, the law of earth fragment. The falling abyss was too mysterious. It definitely contained the laws of time. Moreover, I couldn't feel any changes in my body. After Lin Xian came out of the Earth God Hall, he was extremely amazed. Perhaps only the law of time could accomplish such a feat. Moreover, it had to be an extremely profound law of time. It seemed that there was an extremely powerful existence behind this abyss. Who was the one who built this place? After the 20th stage, the difficulty increased exponentially, far surpassing the previous stages. From now on, he should be able to get a purple name. No wonder there were so few purple names. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at his opponent for stage 21. In the 21st stage, his opponent was very strange. It was a saber, a long golden saber. The long saber carried a biting, cold-killing intent. Like a divine saber, it caused the entire void to tremble. As soon as he appeared, huge cracks appeared all over the sky. The terrifying saber light directly enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian unleashed a fragment of the laws of earth to create an extremely powerful defense around him. At the same time, the sword of law flew out. Boom! The two collided in the air, producing a clanging sound. It was not damaged. Lin Xian was surprised. He found that the golden saber was sent flying, but it did not crack. This was too shocking for him. One had to know that his current strength was extremely powerful. Even an ordinary half-saint would be sliced in half by his attack. But now the long saber was actually fine. I can feel a trace of the law of metal. No wonder it's so hard. The law of metal mainly attacked and was incomparably hard. Presumably, The long saber was formed from the law of metal fragments. That's great. Let me experience just how powerful the law of metal is. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. He brandished the sword of law and quickly rushed up. The 21st stage, 22nd stage, 23rd stage. Finally, Lin Xian arrived at the 25th stage. The 25th stage was a man in a golden robe. His entire body seemed to be made of pure gold. He had a golden long sword in his hand. On the long sword, countless law runes gathered. Swaying gently, the sword qi was like golden lightning, piercing through the void. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He felt a great sense of danger. The 25th stage was so powerful. He was surprised. Buzz! A sword qi, like a shocking divine thunder, slashed towards him, splitting the void. Even the law of earth fragments in front of Lin Xian were split apart. This surprised Lin Xian. This sword was really too powerful. Kill! Lin Xian condensed the sword of law and rushed over. The battle between the two was very intense. The entire space was completely shattered, filled with terrifying laws. Fortunately, this was the falling abyss, which was incomparably mysterious. Otherwise, if it was outside, it would probably be shattered for tens of millions of miles. Buzz! Lin Xian blocked the opponent's attack with a sword. He stretched out his palm. On the tip of his finger, there was a terrifying law of water, rotating and flowing. It looked like a monstrous wave, covering the sky and the earth as it surged forward. Those golden sword lights slashed into the waves, but they did not break. Instead, they sank deeper and deeper. The monstrous sea was traceless and incomparably soft. The seawater directly swallowed all the sword qi. Buzz! However, at this moment, a piercing light burst out from the eyes of the brocade-robed man. Those golden sword lights suddenly shone brightly. The sword lights that were originally engulfed by the seawater also erupted, rushing out of the water like golden dragons. The seawater that filled the sky was split apart, and a few sword qi collided with Lin Xian's body. Clang! These sword qi collided with Lin Xian's body, producing an earth-shattering sound. The blood in Lin Xian's body churned, and a few cracks appeared on his body. He roared, and the 9-yang divine body showed its power. At the same time, the law of wood fragment provided a powerful vitality. The cracks on his body instantly healed. Annihilation. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the law of annihilation fragment surged up, cooperating with the law of water fragment. The two began to destroy the golden light in the sky. The golden-robed man opposite him began to counterattack. As if there was endless power in his body, those golden swords transformed into golden dragons that roared. This caused Lin Xian's body to sway again. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and the great dragon sword spirit roared. He knew that this was a powerful enemy. He did not dare to hold back. All kinds of law attacks, combined with great divine abilities, surged forward, wanting to suppress the other party. Buzz! Finally, Lin Xian broke through the golden sword qi that filled the sky and arrived in front of the other party. He slashed out with his sword, stabbing towards the other party's body. With a clang, another thunderous sound was heard. His law of sword did not stab in. This caused him to be extremely shocked. This body was so strong. The other party's body was comparable to his current divine body. Metal physique. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This body was completely condensed from the law of metal fragment. This was a body of laws. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. What a terrifying physique. If I can comprehend the law of metal, I can definitely raise my 9-yang divine body to another level. He was extremely excited. He had to comprehend the law of metal. However, to comprehend the law of metal, he had to first kill the golden-robed man in front of him. Buzz! At this moment, the golden sword in the golden-robed man's hand bloomed with incomparable light, slashing towards Lin Xian. This sword was earth-shattering. Chapter 32:18. Lin Xian snorted coldly and did not dodge. He executed all of his divine abilities to contend with him. The two people shook heaven and earth, fighting for 300 moves. In the end, Lin Xian killed the golden-robed man with a sword, and a terrifying large crack also appeared on his body. However, this was not a problem for Lin Xian at all. The art of longevity and the law of wood fragment allowed his body to recover rapidly. Great! He finally passed the 25th stage. Lin Xian was overjoyed. The golden-robed man was really too powerful. If it weren't for his strong physique and the great dragon sword spirit, it would have been very difficult for him to hit the other party. Next, it was to comprehend the law of metal. Sure enough, a golden door appeared in front of him. Lin Xian walked in and began to comprehend the law of metal. In the outside world, everyone was already impatient from waiting. This time was too long. It was even longer than Yan Nantian. However, could he surpass Yan Nantian? What a joke! They felt that the kid had already died inside. Perhaps he had really perished in there. The people of the White Crane clan sneered. The Yu Hung brothers also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party was not much of a threat. Perhaps he could not come out at all. The Crimson Dragon frowned slightly. After all, the falling abyss below was very mysterious. He could not see through it. However, he guessed that Lin Xian should not have any problems. Just as everyone was discussing amongst themselves, someone finally exclaimed in shock, "Look, the stone tablet in front of them is undergoing a transformation." What? Everyone raised their heads and looked forward. Could it be that the kid was coming out? That kid didn't die. I want to see what ranking that kid can obtain. The people of the White Crane clan snorted coldly. The Yu Hung brothers also clenched their fists. They did not know if the other party could enter the top 10 of the orange names. If that was the case, they would probably be in danger. There was no orange name. Everyone's first attention was naturally the orange name region. However, they discovered that the other party was not there at all. Could it be that the other party did not enter the orange name region at all? Many people heaved a sigh of relief. However, Wang Chun, Ji Bai, and the others frowned. That shouldn't be the case. The other party could easily defeat the leader of ancient Jade sect. It meant that the other party was not weak. In fact, he might even be stronger than them. But why didn't he have an orange name? Could it be that his name had entered purple? As soon as this thought appeared in their minds, the faces of Wang Cheng and the others darkened. They quickly raised their heads and looked toward the top of the stone tablet. In the next moment, they were stunned and their bodies began to tremble slightly. What's wrong? What kind of expression is that? The other half-saints in the area were perplexed by Zhang Xian's words, and they quickly turned their gazes over as well. Ah! They screamed, and a few half-saints fainted from fright. The other people were also trembling as if they had seen a ghost. The Crimson Dragon raised his head and looked at the stone tablet in front of him. He saw that there was one more purple name. Lin Xian's name appeared in the purple name area. Furthermore, it appeared in the first place. It was on par with the Imperial Mausoleum. First place? Oh heavens! That brat actually got first place. How was this possible? The people of the White Crane clan screamed as if they had gone mad. They couldn't believe it. The others were dumbfounded. The Yu Hengshan brothers knelt on the ground with a plop, their bodies trembling. They still wanted to take revenge on him? The other party was first place. That was someone who was on par with Diling. He had even surpassed Yan Nantian. Would they dare to take revenge on such a person? If the other party wanted to kill them, it would probably be effortless. Thinking of this, the three of them turned around and fled, not daring to stay here any longer. Wang Chen, Ji Bai, and the others were even more stunned. They originally thought that the other party was stronger than them, but not by much. But who would have thought that they were so wrong? The other party was a true dragon. He soared into the sky, far surpassing them. Yen Nantian probably wouldn't be able to suppress him. The people of the White Crane clan were even more stunned. Because they had a grudge with the other party, they naturally didn't want to see the other party soar into the sky. But now, the other party had actually become first place. He had trampled all the people of the White Crane clan under his feet. They couldn't believe it. Impossible. Damn it, I don't believe it. There must be something wrong with the stone tablet. How could this kid be first place in purple? Among the White Crane clan, a half-saint roared crazily. His strength was very strong. He was ranked third among the orange names, very close to purple. But now, the other party had surpassed him by far, which made him unable to believe it. The Crimson Dragon was extremely surprised. Oh my, this kid is really too heaven-defying. But there were still many half-saints who couldn't believe it. They felt that there must be something wrong with the stone tablet. Otherwise, how could the other party be first place? When that kid comes out, I must personally test his strength and see how strong he is. Some powerful half-saints gritted their teeth. They were all waiting for Lin Xian's return. But after waiting for a long time, they realized that Lin Xian still hadn't come out. What was going on? Under normal circumstances, the other party should come out very quickly when the ranking was announced, but now it was beyond their expectations. This strengthened their confidence that there was something wrong with the stone tablet. In fact, they didn't know that there was nothing wrong with the stone tablet because Lin Xian was now comprehending the laws of metal. When Lin Xian opened his eyes, a golden pattern appeared on his body with a sharp aura. In the next moment, the other 4 Tao patterns began to flicker, following his body, forming a 5-element light. The laws of the 5 elements. Lin Xian had comprehended all of them into law fragments, which made him wild with joy. If he could combine the 5 elements, the power of these law fragments would increase again. But he knew that combining the 5 elements wasn't easy, and he needed to practice well. Now, in addition to the laws of the 5 elements, Lin Xian also had the annihilation law. It could be said that he had comprehended 6 laws more than Yen Nantian. He was full of confidence, but he didn't know what was next on the 26th level. Originally, he wanted to continue, but in the next moment, a grayish-white aura wrapped around him and sent him out of the falling abyss. This made Lin Xian sigh. It seemed that there should be some rules in the falling abyss that he hadn't figured out. However, the harvest this time was very huge. He comprehended an additional 4 laws. The falling abyss was definitely a treasure land. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely come again. Thinking of this, Lin Xian accelerated his flight, flying out of the falling abyss. Those people outside were all waiting. Suddenly, their brows twitched. Someone came out. Sure enough, in the next moment, they saw a figure rushing up from below. It was that kid. They were on guard. The other party was now first in purple. Chapter 32:19. However, they did not sense any powerful aura from him. This kid's aura is not much stronger. He probably did not gain any benefits. There was indeed something wrong with the stone tablet. The White Crane race snorted coldly. The orange, ranked third, half-saint walked out. Kid, I want to see how powerful you are to be able to achieve such a result. This half-saint exuded a terrifying aura. It was a fragment of the law of wind. It was extremely sharp and caused the entire world to boil. Lin Xian first turned his head to look at the towering stone tablet. When he saw that his name was tied with Di Ling for first place, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. He had surpassed Yen Nantian. However, what surprised him was that Di Ling was actually tied with him. Could it be that he had reached the 25th floor? And he had successfully passed. That surprised him. It seemed that Di Ling was not simple. In the next moment, he retracted his gaze and looked at the half-saint of the White Crane race in front of him. He snorted coldly. Who do you think you are to be worthy of fighting with me? You're courting death. The half-saint of the White Crane race was enraged. The fragments of the law of wind on his body soared into the sky. He turned into a stream of light and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. At such a close distance, he could kill Lin Xian before he could react. With a wave of his hand, countless fragments of the law of wind gathered in front of him. Accompanied by a gust of wind, they formed a spear of the law of wind. The spear stabbed out directly towards Lin Xian's head. The void was instantly pierced through. The half-saints below all trembled. This spear was simply too terrifying. It could easily shatter them into pieces. This guy was too powerful. Yes, as expected of the orange ranked third. It was already very close to the purple name. I want to see how this kid is going to fight against it. He can't block it. He is ranked first. There must be something wrong with the stone tablet. Just wait and see. He will be killed in an instant. Looking at such a sharp spear, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It was indeed not bad, but it could not do anything to him. He could deal with it calmly before, let alone now that he had comprehended 4 new fragments of the law of wind. This kind of attack could not withstand a single blow from him. Wang, with a wave of his sleeve, endless blue law fragments danced, forming a monstrous sea that enveloped the spear. Not good. The expression of the half-step sage of the white crane race changed instantly. He felt as if his spear had sunk into a quagmire. That powerful force wanted to engulf him. Wang. At the same time, Lin Xian's other hand moved. He stretched out a finger and pointed forward. The fragments of the law of metal gathered to form a golden sword that slashed forward. With a bang, the half-saint of the White Crane clan was pierced through. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard as the blood of a half-saint was spilled. The body of the half-saint fell to the ground with a loud boom. The surrounding people were all stunned. No, the people of the White Crane clan screamed as if they had gone mad. To think that one of the top half-saints of their race would be severely injured by a single finger from the other party, this was simply too unbelievable. Was the other party already so terrifying? The other half-saints were so scared that they wet their pants. Number 1, the other party definitely had the strength to be number 1. At this moment, no one dared to doubt Lin Xian. Who still wants to fight with me? Lin Xian asked coldly as he stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze swept in all directions. Immediately, the surrounding half-saints all lowered their heads. No one dared to look him in the eye. Wang Cheng, Ji Bai, and the others also lowered their heads, their bodies trembling. Previously, when they came here, they were insufferably arrogant. They thought that other than Yan Nantian and Lu Mu, no one was their match. But now, another person had appeared, suppressing them so much that they could not raise their heads. The people of the White Crane clan also lowered their heads. Although they were furious, they did not dare to make a move. The other party was too strong. They were no match for him at all. Roussillon, go in. There are many benefits inside. Lin Xian looked at the Crimson Dragon. That's good. The Crimson Dragon swayed its tail and rushed down to test it. After the Crimson Dragon left, Lin Xian looked into the distance. There was an earth-shattering scene. Terrifying laws were flying. Were those 2 guys not done fighting yet? He naturally knew that the people fighting in the distance were Yan Nantian and Lu Mu. Well, let's test it out on the 2 of them. Let's see how strong I am now. Lin Xian's heart was filled with pride. The half-saints around him were no match for him. In fact, he didn't even have the interest to fight them. However, Yan Nantian and Lu Mu were different. They were very powerful. Buzz. Lin Xian took a step forward. His body shone brightly. Like a god of war, he tore through the void and rushed into the distance. Heavens, what was he trying to do? That was the place where Yan Nantian and Lu Mu were fighting. Was he going to watch the battle? The surrounding half-saints exclaimed. Some of them had already begun to gather in front. Lin Xian did go to the place where the 2 were fighting. However, he did not want to watch the battle. He wanted to fight. In front of him, Yan Nantian looked solemn. He originally thought that he could easily suppress the other party since he was ranked 4th and the other party was ranked 9th. He could even defeat the other party. But now it seemed that he was indeed a little careless. The other party was very strong. The other party was ranked 9th 60 years ago. Now he was simply unfathomable. He could not defeat the other party in a short time. Of course, Yanantian only looked solemn. He was not afraid. As the successor of the great emperor, he had many trump cards. They were all life-saving, so he did not plan to use them now. Yanantian, are you such a successor of the great emperor? In my opinion, you are just SOSO. You are not worthy of being the successor of the great emperor. Why don't you give me the great emperor's inheritance? I can make it shine. Lu Mu held a long green spear. He was like a god, exuding a powerful aura. Humph! Do you really think that I can't defeat you? Yanantian snorted coldly and formed a seal again. The precept fragments rushed forward together with the theurgy. The two exchanged blows. It was earth-shattering. Countless precept fragments danced in the air and the entire sky exploded. The surrounding half-saints did not dare to get closer. They could only watch from afar using secret techniques. However, at this moment, the half-saints in the distance were all stunned. Their eyeballs almost popped out. Heavens, what did he want to see? Participate in the battle? They saw a figure descend from the sky and land in the battlefield between Yanantian and Lu Mu. Lin Xian descended from the sky and laughed. You too, are you not done yet? If that's the case, I will practice with you. His powerful sword Qi slashed in all directions, directly enveloping Yanantian and Lu Mu. Yanantian and Lu Mu were stunned. Then they were completely enraged. You are courting death. Yanantian waved his hand. Suddenly, an ancient imperial rune appeared in the sky like a dazzling star. Terrifying precept fragments flickered on the imperial rune.